All right, welcome everyone to Cook Fresh Chat. Thank you so much for tuning on in. We got quite a bit to get into. Long week, but it's all good. Appreciate y'all's presence. Thank y'all again for tuning on. Let's go.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG it's coming. 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 Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
All right, thank you guys again for tuning on in. I appreciate you. I forgot to turn off this water dispenser. Let me know if you guys can hear it. If you can, I'll just leave it as is. I want to thank everyone for tuning on in. We're still trying to get to the big loon debanked. Someone said it, the debanked video. We will get to it today. In fact, we're going to get right on into it. I just want to greet everyone. Thank everyone for tuning on in. There is a poll question. I want to invite everyone to vote on that poll during this live stream. The poll question deals with something that someone noticed, and there's other people who noticed it too, but I didn't notice it while we were live streaming. And that's where Umar makes some very specific statements. Matter of fact, let me play that for you guys, and then I'll talk about the poll, and then we'll get into the live stream. Okay, so this is what I posted yesterday, and shout out to everyone in Cook Fresh Chat for notifying me about that. I didn't even notice. I did not notice. Here we go.
Because when I got the vacant property registration fee waiver, I asked them, can y'all retroactively apply the waiver to us? Because I remember I was late. Can y'all just do me this solid this one time? Because that's a lot of money to be paying when we living off the people's money when we should have the waiver. Can y'all just do me this solid this one time? Because that's a lot of money to be paying when we living off the people's money. Because that's a lot of money to be paying when we living off the people's money. Because that's a lot of money to be paying when we living off the people's money. Because that's a lot of money to be paying when we living off the people's money. 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 When we living off the people's money.
Okay, everyone heard that? And it's true. Sometimes he tells the truth. He just slipped up. Every once in a while he does it. Let me do it one more time.
Because when I got the vacant property registration fee waiver, I asked them, can y'all retroactively apply the waiver to us? Because I remember I was late. Can y'all just do me this solid this one time? Because that's a lot of money to be paying when we living off the people's money when we should have the waiver. Can y'all just do me this solid this one time? Because that's a lot of money to be paying when we living off the people's money. Because that's a lot of money to be paying when we living off the people's money. Because that's a lot of money to be paying when we living off the people's money. Because that's a lot of money to be paying when we living off the people's money. 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 When we living off the people's money.
All right, there you have it. Like I said, I've been telling people this for years. And again, Umar hasn't worked consistently since 2010, 2011. So where does he receive what's his primary source of income? Well, it's for a while it was speaking, but the speaking situation that dried up many years ago. It's been collecting donations for a school that does not exist. And I'm not proposing that all of the money that he's collected that he's used on himself. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there's a significant amount of it that he has used on himself, and that a lot more work would have been done up at these trap bandos if all of the money went towards what he said that the money was being raised for. That's the point I want to make. So that's why I have a poll question here today. I want to invite you guys to vote on the poll question. We have 306 votes already. Were you surprised that Umar Johnson admitted to living off of the FDMG donation money? 36% said yes, 64% said no. I was surprised. But there are times where Umar says stuff and it's like he admits things. It's almost like by accident, because he runs his mouth, and the more he talks, he just gets caught up in things. He starts to lie, and then every once in a while he'll tell the truth on accident. Mostly when Umar's talking, it's lying anyway. Very rarely does he tell the truth, but when he tells the truth, it's like he self-exposes. He does it sometimes when he's projecting too, but this is very direct what he's saying here. And I've been telling people this for many, many years. Okay, so make sure you get your vote in during this live stream. I want to get right on into this because I want to make sure that we get through this particular video today, because tomorrow we're going to get into Umar's most recent interview where he's on Father David's podcast, and he changes the grand opening date to 2027. However, that's not all. I have something else I want to show you guys. And shout out to James. I'm trying to fix this. Let me know how the video quality looks, because for some reason, it may be because it's a lot brighter outside today. I want to share something with you guys. This is something that Umar posted today. I'll read it to you. This is about an hour ago. So this is allegedly it's a text message. And the person who sent Umar the alleged text said, "Hey, Dr. Umar, how is your school going? You said it opened a few weeks ago. I am just curious about it." And to be fair, it's not that Umar Johnson said that it opened a few weeks ago. What Umar was proposing was that everything was done and that he was going to apply for the certificate of occupancy so that they would come out to do the inspection. All right. To the best of my knowledge, that has not happened. Umar hasn't updated people on any of that. But look at what he says here. Look at Umar Johnson's response. "Good Garvey Day, family. We plan to open the FDMG Academy to our students 365 days from the day we receive our certificate of occupancy." I want you guys to think about that for a moment. He's saying 365 days from the time that he receives his certificate of occupancy. He may not receive a certificate of occupancy for another 3 years. Think about it. Umar may not receive his certificate of occupancy for another 3 years. It could be 2 years, but if it's 2 years, that means that the grand opening is going to be in 2029. Umar knows that it's not going to pass inspections. He knows that they're not going to give him the certificate of occupancy, and I already told people what the plan. And from my perspective is, he'll say, "Hey, listen, they're sabotaging me. And he already told people this when he was on the last time he was on not Art of Dialogue. He was on the Breakfast Club. I can't remember what year it was, but he told people way in advance what his plan was going to be. That they weren't going to give him the certificate of occupancy, that it was going to be a hassle, it was going to be a struggle, and that he may have to march against the city. He may have to sue the city. You guys remember all this hit the one? So he's already set this up so that when it does not pass and it fails, he already has the next step in this long con, which is to say, okay, now we're going to have to, we have to do these improvements. We need more money. And, it's all sabotage. It's the city. They're discriminating against me. Send me more money so that we can get these final renovation things done so that we can get the certificate of occupancy. Well, he can carry that out for another 2 or 3 years. Why not? He's been sitting on these trap banners for 7. Okay. So it's interesting that Umar is saying that from the time that he receives the certificate of occupancy, the school will open 365 days later, which would be another year. And then it says, "We plan to open to the community with an entire calendar of grassroots events that begins with a grand opening celebration." He's been talking about doing grassroots events up there since 2019. He has, and he's thrown 2 parties. That's it. Not long after receiving our final L&I building inspection and our final fire inspection. And then it says, "Have you donated? If not, you will not be allowed to enter the school." And that just goes to show you what the motivation for Umar is to get money out of people, nothing more. So this is hot off of the press. All right. He just posted that about an hour ago, and it just proves quite a few things, that he intends on extending the school scam indefinitely, and that he already has a backup plan for when these trap bandos fail. these inspections, and he does not receive the certificate of occupancy because it's combined. It's all step by step with this guy. Yeah. Okay. So this could mean that the grand opening, let's say if he puts in a certificate of occupancy in a month or two, let's say that they come down and start doing inspections. It's going to pass right away with just the outside condition, but they in a month or two, they come after that. And now we're getting into about the middle of the year, a little bit later after the middle of the year. Let's say after by, I don't know, October, they tell him, no, it doesn't pass. Okay, well, here we go. He can carry this on. Obviously, if you get into October, then he has to, whatever renovation work he needs to do to get these things up to code, whatever that may be, it's not going to matter. What that means is that he will not be receiving his certificate of occupancy in 2026. So the most recent one would therefore be, or the closest year would be 2027. And if he gets it in 2027, that means that the grand opening would be what? 2028 sometime. Best case scenario. Okay. He's a con man. Been telling people for such a long time. Okay, I have to fix this, the lighting in here, because it's how does it look to you guys? Is it okay? I think what it is it's not a long. Oh well, yeah. Let me know how the lighting looks in here for you guys. I'm trying to check on my phone. Yeah, let me try this. Yeah, I reset everything. Oh, it's fine. Okay. Thanks, Afro Punk Chick. How's it going, lady? What's up, Black Wolf? Thank you for tuning on in, and Phi Taylor, and Miss Kia, and Golden Child Production. What's up, man? Diddy lighting looks good, Lenon. You crazy? If you don't stop, all right. Okay, let's get going here. So we're going to pick right back up where we left off yesterday. And the poll question again, were you surprised that Umar Johnson admitted to living off of the FDMG donation money? 35% said yes, 65% said no. We already got 427 likes. If at any point you're enjoying the show, hit that like button. Our goal is 600, and we already got 600 people inside of the building. Okay, let's go. We're going to pick up right where we left off yesterday.
Do this. Oh, talk to me. Walk me through this. Number one, how the city got to that position to want to sell it, and how you missed whatever correspondence they said.
I didn't miss it. They just stopped communicating with me because they knew they was trying to sabotage me. I didn't miss nothing. You're supposed to get a 4-year waiver if you're a nonprofit where you don't pay the vacant property registration fee, which they jumped up from about $1,500 a year to like $7,000.
And what do I have to do with anything?
Trying to destroy us through bleeding our account, right?
Here you go.
I'll call them up and say, yo, we nonprofit. Can we get the 4-year waiver? Your application got in too late. You feel me? So
Big Loon was looking like no.
This was before the letters, right?
we got the letter.
What's up, Sports Bet?
I'm saying, how do we even get to the point
We got to this because when I got the vacant property registration fee waiver, I asked them, can y'all retroactively apply the waiver to us? Because I remember I was late. Can y'all just
Hey, but you said you're late, but you also said they never notified you. So which one is it?
do me this solid this one time? Because that's a lot of money to be paying when we living off the people's money when we should have the waiver.
Yes.
And I was told they would get back to me. And I spoke to the person 3 times on the phone, and she kept saying, I'm going to get back to you. And I emailed her 3 times, and she never responded. And the next thing you know, they trying to sell the school without any notice.
Without any notice. Umar, funny boy. You want to set him free so I can show? But people was asking about him the other day. Just unchain him, and he'll jump in my lap. Did he get a good walk? All right, come here, buddy. Come on, I'll bring him upstairs. Come on, people have been asking for you. Come on up. Here he goes. He just had a long walk. He smells like outside. Okay, this is Chino. If you guys haven't met him yet, this is the puppy. He's a good boy for the most part. You know, he likes to have his walks. He likes treats. And whenever he hears the Liberty song, he starts to howl. The Liberty, Liberty, Liberty. He starts howling right away. Okay, you ready to go? You want to go upstairs? All right, go ahead. You hear him running? He be running up the stairs. No, go upstairs. Go back upstairs. No, you got to go upstairs, buddy. You gonna take him up? Okay. Yeah, he whenever I'm walking up the stairs, he always beats me up to the top. I always try to outrun him. It never worked with this guy. Oh, you had a Chihuahua name, baby? Okay, yeah, his name is Chino. We named him Chino. He's good. He's a good dog for the most part. He be tripping sometimes, but it's all good. Okay, all right, let's get back to it, everyone. Real quick, there were so T became a member. Thank you so much, T. I appreciate it. I'm been working on the next segment of the documentary. I'm about 24 minutes into it. I should have it available. I should say it that way sometime next week. Okay, so members, look forward to that. Okay. Latoya says these are my confessions, as sung by Usher. Confession Tuesday. Yeah, it's interesting because even Umar saying that it wasn't even necessary for him to even talk about that. I just think that for Umar, he's lied so much, and he knows the difference between a lie and the truth. I think he believes his lies too. But when it comes to this fundamental issue, and it's probably one of the thrusts of my criticism of Umar, and that is that the money that he has received for this FDMG project has not gone directly to this FDMG project. It could be argued that most of the money, okay, and I'm saying it could be argued that most of the money that he's received has not gone directly towards this FDMG project. Remember, we watched the video yesterday, 2016. I think it was 2016, right? He said that at the beginning of the year, he would be at $1 million. That would be in 2017 that he would have been at $1 million. Well, that's almost a decade ago. The purchase price of $400,000. No one can state that we can say that Umar spent $600,000 in renovation work into these trap bandos. No one can say that. And then we're not counting all the other years, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and now here we are in 2026. So where did all that money go? So it's almost as if Umar, he didn't mean to. It's a Freudian slip, but he admits the truth that yeah, he's been living off of this money. I've been telling people that for years. Again, he hasn't worked consistently since 2011. But the thing is, he didn't have to confess that. No one was asking him about that, but he told the truth. Thanks, Latoya. Joker says, lying all the time takes mental effort. Hence, even the most prolific liars will slip up and tell the truth every now and then. Yeah, I totally agree with this. That's the thing about Umar. I just find it to be fascinating is that the ease at which he lies, and he consistently lies. It's not like he tells lies sometimes or every once in a while. He lies most of the time, and he does it so freely. But what happens is that it takes a lot of mental effort. It takes a lot of mental energy. And at a certain point, he tells the truth. Very rarely, but he told the truth in that video. That's for sure. Thank you, Joker 12341 for being a member for 8 months. Miss Honey says another 3 years. Why? I mean, it could be another 3 years because he's saying that 365 days after he passes and gets the certificate of occupancy. Well, that may not happen for another year and a half, 2 years, 3 years. I mean, what evidence do we have do we have historically speaking, dealing with Umar, that would lead us to conclude that if and when, no, it's not even if, when these buildings when they don't pass, he may never even put in a certificate of occupancy or apply for it. Ain't no telling with this guy. But let's assume that he does at some point. What evidence do we have historically speaking that will lead us to conclude that it's likely that Umar is going to go through the process of rectifying or remedying whatever the issues are to pass to get the certificate of occupancy, that he's going to do that in a timely manner? It's already been 7 years since he acquired these trap bandos. In 2010, he said the school's going to open September 11, 2013. So I can't, and I'm always fair with Umar, I can't confidently say that I expect Umar to get this resolved in a timely manner. So yeah, 2-3 years, yeah, I can see that easily. When he acquired these trap bandos, I said, no, he's probably able to stretch this out for another 3 years, maybe 4. Well, we're 7 years into it. So historically speaking, I can't say with confidence that he's going to get these issues rectified and that this is going to be that the school's going to open in 2027 or that the school's going to open in 2028. it's likely that based upon the time that it's never going to open as a functional accredited school. But the point is his promise and fulfilling that promise. Look, this can go on for another 3 or 4 years. It's possible. Thanks, Miss Honey. Joker says also he's so sassy. If you didn't donate, you can't come to my clubhouse. Yeah, that's the whole thing with Umar. He sees these bandos. It's more like his kicking spot. It's like his possession. And he's like a child, like back in the day, people would have like a fort and so your friend would have one or whatever. And then they'd say, you can't come to my fort and you can't come to mine. You get it, that kind of thing. That's how Umar, his approach is very childish. And I've seen him post things like that many times over the years. Well, if you didn't donate, you can't come. All you haters, you can't come. If you're in the Cookie Crush, he didn't say that, but I know what he was talking about. Anyone in the Cookie Crush chat, you can't come to my clubhouse. That's how he talks. But it speaks to the deeper issue that he has no intention of opening up a fully functional accredited school where it's operated professionally by adults. He's like a child. And he sees this as like a possession, like a car. He doesn't want other people to play with his car, right? I'm talking about, you remember the Matchbox back in the day and Hot Wheels? All right. Thanks, Joe. Derek says, in the meantime, keep on hitting the PayPal. Yeah, that's the fascinating thing about this, because he can extend this now for another 2 or 3 years. And in the meantime, he'll tell people to hit the PayPal. Okay, but that's been the strategy historically speaking. So nothing's changed on that. I just think that it's fascinating that Umar, he and I don't know how many of his followers believe in this school thing anymore, but I would think that there are more and more people who are saying this just doesn't make sense, and there's no reason for me to believe in this guy. I would like to think that. Okay. Thanks, Derek. One Shot Gaming says, just got my realtor's license and would love if folks followed my realtor page. Homes by Toby. Homesby. Cookie Crush Chat is forever undefeated. Now, I can't promote anybody. I can't do that, okay? But I want to give you congratulations, and let's give One Shot Gaming congratulations today. He or she got his or her realtor's license. And that's a wonderful accomplishment. So continue with the great work, and I wish you all of the success in the world. Absolutely awesome. Yeah, we always celebrate success over here. So let's make sure we give a shout out to One Shot Gaming and keep doing it. Okay, keep doing it. Thank you for the super chat. Also, thanks Derek for the super chat as well. And Joker, the CJ says Umar's main character syndrome is absolutely insufferable. Yeah, he always has to be the center of attention. And I think some of the stuff that he does is so that he will be the center of attention. We've talked about this in the past. Like, he has to be the main character, even if it's outside of the context of the Umar Johnson saga. He is the main character in the Umar Johnson saga, that's for sure. But he has to overstep boundaries. That's why I'll propose this. That's one of the reasons why he attacks celebrities, because he wants to be the main character in their story. I remember because I'm looking at these videos from 2012 and doing these research on these videos from 2011 and 2012, and his animus towards Barack Obama was severe. Whatever you guys may think about Barack Obama, that's not the point. The point that I'm making is that you can tell that Umar, he had these issues of jealousy in terms of Barack Obama and Barack Obama's ascendancy, and he wanted to denigrate and degrade Barack Obama and put himself in that position because he wanted to be the main character. He has a long history of that, okay? And we've seen it. It's not just with politicians, it's with athletes. He does it with athletes, comedians. The list goes on and on with this guy. Yeah, he always has to be the center of attention. Thank you, CJ. One Shot Gaming says debandoed. That's another one. He's all this debank talk, and we need to get debandoed, Umar. Yeah, I mean, can you guys imagine? It's been over 7 years since he acquired these bandos, and not one black child has been educated. That's insane. And Umar can come up with all the excuses that he wants to, and that's what he does consistently. But there's no justification for the amount of money that he's raised and the type of support that he has received. There's no reason why he couldn't have done one thing for the children out there in Wilmington, Delaware. He hasn't done one thing. He threw 2 block parties, and those are for old people, real talk. Okay, and it's really inconsequential, because that's not what people send this guy millions of dollars for, to throw some parties. But specifically for the children out there, right? So these bandos are just that. They're bandos. Thanks, One Shot Gaming. What's up, arrogant pupil? Says lack of experience equal waste of money. So lack of experience equals waste of money equals begging. Cycle just repeats. Yeah, it's clear to me that Umar doesn't know what he's doing, although he used to profess a lot back in the day. And I think kind of still he does, but not like he used to. He was very boastful and arrogant about how he knew exactly what he was doing. And because with my credentials and with my history of working with children, I can build a school. And if these haters, they don't know anything about it. No, he doesn't know anything about it. Do I know how to open up a school? No. But I know that if people sent me millions of dollars, I would have been able to start something by now. Even if it was an online academy, something, but not Umar. So what he does is, because of the lack of experience and then the narcissism and the ego, he pretends as if he knows everything. He's unwilling to accept real help. He just wants money because that's what the goal is anyway. It's not to educate children. With the lack of experience, it just turns into waste, including money. And he's wasted. At this point, it has to be close to $1 million wasted, at least $1 million at this point wasted. And then the cycle repeats. He wastes money and then he asks for more. And then it keeps going over and over and over again. And that's why we are here now in 2026. Umar said the school is going to open September 11, 2013. And not one black child has been educated. Thank you, arrogant pupil. Okay, I got 3 more. Black Wolf says, okay, we back on Umar's neck, but keep your eyes open out there, brother. Oh, yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you, Black Wolf. Yeah, Umar's the main focus, and he will remain the focus. Yeah, I'm very clear about that. Thank you, Black Wolf, for the super chat. Black Wolf also says, Lenon, Tanika said, check your email, bro. I'll check in just a moment. Chino is a Mexican word. Yeah, it is. It is. Because there's a place in Los Angeles called Chino Hills. And then Chino is a Mexican slang for Asians. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, maybe I'll need to change his name. No disrespect to my Asian brothers and sisters. I didn't know that. There's a place called Chino Hills. And one of my kids named him Chino. I don't know why. Okay. Thanks, Big Talk. Okay, for the purpose of these live streams, I'm changing the dog's name. I'm gonna come up with something else. So I don't want to offend anybody. Okay, thank you, Big Dog Status 213. All right, okay, let's get going. I need to check my email too, but let's get going back on this video because we got to get through it today. We will. Okay, here we go.
I think the proof is in. You feel me? I never dropped the ball. They stopped communicating with me on purpose.
Now, when you acquired,
you know what's crazy? I was supposed to be out the country.
Yeah,
they knew what they were doing, bro.
You would have been gone.
They were going to sell the school when I was out the country. When I came back, sorry, somebody else owns it. I didn't know it was that easy. And then I started talking to property owners. They say, Doc, they doing it in New York. These Zionists and other people, they getting people deeds and faking deeds. I said, they can literally take your home that you owned your whole life that easy? Yo, something need to be done about that.
Wow.
You should have to be able to appear in person. You feel me?
Yeah.
Bro, that was crazy.
Now this is heavy. Now,
no notice stuck it on the door.
What I'm trying to understand is,
he said, "No notice stuck it on the door." You are funny, boy. I didn't get an email. I just checked. I did not check, and I checked my spam folder too. I've been trying to get caught up on my emails, y'all. I was trying, but I don't think I ever will. Yeah, I didn't get at least I didn't get one recently. I was going through my emails earlier and I don't see anything. Yeah. Okay, let's keep going. Here we go.
You get these buildings. It was a charter school, no longer a school. So did the city classify the vacant buildings because it's not a school?
Yeah, because it wasn't being used.
Right.
So it's considered
and vacant. So there's a fee associated with when you acquire these buildings and they're vacant.
It's the vacant property registration fee.
Okay, and
so
that's every year.
Somebody is still attached to it and working on it.
Okay.
Now, mind you, all of our repairs have been.
Yeah, Tanika, can you email me again too, by the way? Because I did not see anything.
Done for 2-3 years now. Technically, we should have already been done. The problem is I decided.
2 to 3 years? What are you talking about? He said that the renovations were done in January of this year, 2020. He did say back in 2023 too. He all over the place.
Repairs have been done for 2-3 years now. Technically, we should have already been done. The problem is I decided to paint the building. I should have went for inspection first.
Umar really thinks that people are stupid. he painted these buildings back, I want to say 2021, if memory serves me correctly. Hold on, y'all. Here we go. This guy, he's so full of it. That don't even make no sense. Hit the one, if anyone of y'all been around a while. Let's go look into this. He said, I should have, instead of painting the building, I should have went for the certificate of occupancy. What are you talking about? Back then, these trap banners were in deplorable condition. Hold on one second. Yeah, he was talking about what color to paint the buildings in 2020. Yeah, it was in 2020 where he painted the building. What are you talking about? We're in 2026. This guy, I'm trying to understand what the point is that he's trying to make here. Anyone have an idea? Let me go to 2020. So I said we're gonna get on here and get through this and get off because we got to get back and get in tomorrow for the main event. But well, I tell you, 2020. Yeah, because I remember he had old women out there painting. It was cold out there too. It was August 31st of 2020. Here y'all go.
Peace and Black Power, family. Come on in, it's the Prince of Pan Africanism.
You go tip the grip.
Don't mind me, ladies, I'm drama, okay? Don't be drama like Dr. Umar. It's the Prince of Pan Africanism, we live. Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. We are under the full moon in Taurus, October 31st. Last day of the month, full moon in Taurus. All right, daylight saving time tonight, very special day. Halloween for the coons, you know. But we out here painting with the loyal donors. Everybody you see behind me is a loyal donor. Not only do they give their money, they came out today to give their time, brothers and sisters. We giving the most honorable Marcus Garvey School a facelift. You understand? We giving the Nat Turner, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, gymnasium a facelift. And our storage building, I forgot who I named that after. We giving that a facelift too. Cut it out. So we out here. Check us out. Paint day. Yesterday was the book signing in New York, but I'm back to work today. Yesterday was the book signing in New York, but I'm back to work today. We getting it in, brothers and sisters. And guess what color the paint is? Nat Turner yellow. Nat Turner yellow is the color of the paint. Look at that.
Nat Turner
well,
yellow.
It's just Turner for the white folks, but for us it's Nat Turner yellow.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So we doing what we do. I know some of y'all want to come volunteer, but you can't do that today. This is only Loyal Donors Club. If you want to join the Loyal Donors Club, go to drumarjohnson.com and
yeah, you have to pay in order to paint. That's double slavery.
Sign up for bronze, $50 a month. Sign up for silver, $100 a month. Sign up for gold, $250 a month. Sign up for platinum, $500 a month. Sign up for diamond, $1,000 a month. Brothers and sisters, help us raise the money to get the school completed. We need $250K for the HVAC system, brothers and sisters. It's the HVAC that's keeping us back right now.
Oh,
it's the HVAC that's keeping us back. And here goes Sister Keita and Brother Manny, late, but they here. Sister Keita, say what's up to the people.
What's up, people? Black
representing
Power.
Philly by way of Carolina. Brother Manny, what you want to say to the people today?
Out here representing FDMG, getting some work done out here, you know.
It's coming. It's
yeah, rest in peace to Brother Manny.
coming.
And we got some more rollers for y'all. Let me see. One brother went, oh yeah, we got enough. All you got to do, Brother Manny, Sister Keita, grab a roller, pop your thing on. Yeah, and what we doing is we painting this side of the building and a storage at the end. See that building on the corner? Mm-hmm. We all right here, but we can do that too. So just pick y'all part and go with it. Okay. And the brother's coming back with some pans, but you can grab a bucket too, Manny, and go where you want to go. In fact, I think I'm going to move down too since the Queens is holding this down. Black African Queens is out here building. Black African Queens is out here building. The Kings is out here building. Shout out to New York City. Shout out to New York City. Thank you to everybody who came out yesterday for the 10-year Dr. Umar anniversary. I was signing books from 1 o'clock to 8 o'clock. The book signing started at 2, but they showed up at 1 o'clock. That's how much New York City rides with the Prince of Pan Africanism. Thank you, Harlem. Thank you, Bronx. Thank you, Brooklyn. Thank you, Queens. Thank you, Staten Island. Thank you to all the brothers and sisters who came out. But today is the first annual Loyal Donors Club Paint Day. If you're not a loyal donor, you cannot paint the day. This is only for the Loyal Donors Club. Hit your Cash App, $FDMG School. Hit your Cash App, $FDMG School. Hit your PayPal, paypal.me/FDMG Academy. Hit your PayPal, paypal.me/FDMG Academy, or mail it in P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware 19809. It's revolution time. We not talking, we building right now. We not talking, we building right now. It's Institution Builder Ifa Tunde. That's the new name. Institution Builder Ifa. You cannot paint unless you're in the Loyal Donors Club. You cannot help today unless you're in the Loyal Donors Club. It's revolution time, brothers and sisters. It's revolution time.
All right, let me skip through here. More painting. Here's another video.
There you go.
So I want to make this point, and the point is that if Umar is suggesting that instead of painting, which he started in 2020, that he should have gone for the certificate of occupancy. Well, let's look at the condition of these abandoned buildings at that time.
Oh, shit.
Rest in peace, brother man. Okay, Umar, it makes no sense. What do you think you're going to pass certificate of occupancy with these buildings looking like this in 2020? This guy.
Peace and Black Power, family. Peace and Black Power, family. Peace and Black Power, family. Y'all know the name, y'all know the game. Liberation is the game. Ifa Tunde is the name. We are inside of the most honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey Elementary School. Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy, building number 2. Brothers and sisters, we are working towards our goal. Okay, we in the school. FDMG. We working, we pushing. This will be a school for black boys. We don't care who don't like it. It will be a school for black boys. Okay? Now y'all can listen to them or y'all can listen to us. The only people
Y'all, this is 2020.
who know what's going on inside of this school are those of us who are here making the job work. You come in, you know what I'm saying? In fact, Manny got the
Yeah, let me skip the rest in peace, brother man.
first donation.
Okay, you see what I'm saying? Look at this. If he's saying instead of painting, he should have went for certificate of occupancy. There's no way. Look at the conditions.
St. Louis in 2014. I want to say thank y'all. I just wanted to give y'all a little update. We up in here and the lights is on. We up in here.
He was so happy to get those lights on.
And the lights is on. You understand me? See that? The lights is on, baby. The lights is on, baby. Let them talk. Let them talk. We working. Let them talk. We working. Let them
Look at the wires, exposed wires coming out the ceiling. There's no way that he would be able to apply. I mean, I guess he could, but he's not going to pass back in 2020.
talk. We working.
He ain't going to pass in 2026.
Let them talk. We working, brothers and sisters. Hit your Cash App, $FDMG School. Hit your Cash App, $FDMG School.
Yeah, he had a Cash App back then, but that guy should have.
Hit your PayPal, paypal.me/FDMG Academy. Hit your PayPal, paypal.me/ The lights is on in every classroom. What y'all talking about? Oh yeah, and we just had a plumber come through today. You feel me? Just had a plumber come through today. He gonna volunteer. Our first volunteer. We've been here for over 1.5 years. Our first volunteer finally showed up. He's a plumber, and he said, I want to volunteer and help y'all
You making this
I'll
up?
get the school ready. Brothers and sisters, It don't get no more realer than that. This is gonna be the Dr. Umar detention room. This is gonna be the Dr. Umar detention room. When the kids don't know how to act, they're gonna come to see Dr. Papa. You understand? They're gonna come and see Dr. Papa. We not playing games with y'all. We not playing games with y'all. My eyes
What in the world? What in the world is this?
ain't blurry.
My eyes ain't blurry. You ain't. This is nuts. The kids, can you read the first 3 lines at the top? I can't see it because there's a big hole in the wall. Kids, focus. I can't focus because there's a big hole on the wall next to the switch. This is wow. Who are crazy?
We not playing games with y'all. My eyes ain't blurry. We not playing games with y'all, brothers and sisters. Y'all got to donate.
All right. Anyway, the point is that he's saying, and he start writing. This is his way of trying to get
To
money.
FDMG resumes, right? At
Got de-insulated.
gmail.com, right? And if you need to call me and leave a voicemail, Mr. Tiff.
Hello.
Here
hello,
she
hello.
goes.
Peace and black power. Hi.
All right. Well, let's move on. I think I proved my point. But let me go back to where he says this inside this video because it makes no sense whatsoever. Here we go.
Acquire these buildings and they're vacant.
It's the vacant property registration fee.
Okay, and
so
that's
they know
every
that
year.
somebody is still attached to it and working on it.
Okay,
whatever.
okay.
Now, mind you, all of our repairs have been done for 2-3 years now. Technically, we should have already been done. The problem is I decided to paint the building. I should have went for inspection first. You feel me? When I decided to paint the building and let all the volunteers come in, that ended up taking us over a year to get it done precise, right? In retrospect.
Okay, it was never done precisely, but if it took a year, he started in 2020, that would go to 2021. Well, what about all the next 6 years or next 5 years? You guys see my point? Hit the one. That doesn't even make any sense. Umar, I get it. East B, can you explain this? It makes absolutely no sense to me.
When I decided to paint the building and let all the volunteers come in, that ended up taking us over a year to get it done.
Oh, I see what he's attempting to do. What he's attempting to do is he's trying to blame the volunteers who painted. That's what he's attempting to do. Okay, I see it. So I think with Umar, because he has to blame someone. He's trying to blame the volunteers for why it is that it still doesn't make any sense. Because the timeline, the volunteers started in 2020 to do the paint. He says it takes about a year. That gets him into 2021, and to give grace because October 31st of 2020. So let's just say 2021. It would go until 2022. Okay, if he says it goes for a year, I'm just giving him some grace, like a year in a month grace. So I'm giving a month grace. So let's say 2022, the beginning of 2022, that's when the painting was supposedly completed. But that's not true either because he was painting in 2025, right? Hit the one. So it doesn't work with the timeline. I think what he's attempting to do here is try to blame the people who painted back in 2022, and it took a long time or longer than what he expected. And that's why there's a delay in getting the certificate of occupancy because he should have did it back then. But we saw the condition of the buildings back in 2020. See, the story doesn't make any sense at all. But I think what Umar is attempting to do is to blame the people who painted. That's what I think. Yeah, he's blaming that's what I think, blaming the painters and volunteers. And the painters and volunteers, those are the people who paid him to paint. The loyal donors, they're part of the Loyal Donors Club. Yeah, Umar, he's something else. Yeah, I'm just trying to make it make sense.
Already been done. The problem is I decided to paint the building. I should have went for inspection first. You feel me? When I decided to paint the building and let all the volunteers come in, that ended up taking us over a year to get it done precise, right?
Yeah, but he was still painting in 2025. They came in 2020, towards the end of 2020. If it goes for a year, that gets from the 2021, let's say the beginning of 2022. But that doesn't account for the fact that he had people painting in 2025 and in 2024.
In retrospect, Loon, I should have saved the paint until after we passed inspection.
Right.
We'd probably already be open with students right now.
Right.
How so? How so? If you don't paint back in 2020, you would be open with students in 2026? Painting is one of the easiest things to do. What about all the other stuff? You need to get an HVAC, you need to get the plumbing done, you need to get floors and doors and so forth and so on. You need to get faculty and staff. You need to get money to be able to finance the operation costs. So what about all that other stuff? This doesn't make any sense to me at all. I'm a rational thinker, but this doesn't make any sense. Mission Calming says, what's your take on how Umar Johnson will be able to push the opening date 365 days from the certificate of occupancy date, taking into account the current administration EPA report in Wilmington's revitalization plan? But the thing is, the revitalization plan, it was more of a suggestion. And what the EPA suggested was that they tear these buildings down. They classified these abandoned buildings as brownfield catalyst sites. I don't think that has any impact on what Umar is doing. I don't think it does. Him pushing the grand opening date 365, I mentioned this earlier, him being able to push it back, well, that's what he's attempting to do. I actually pulled up the receipt and showed that, where he had posted that on his Instagram page, and shout out to James for sending me that. It's just for Umar, anything that he can do to extend this. I've been saying this for such a long time. Everything is about extension. Okay, excuse me. Everything dealing with Umar is about extending this indefinitely. Okay, we can put together a list of things that Umar Johnson has done to extend this school scam indefinitely. Okay, I gave some examples the other day. I'm just trying to adjust this lighting just a little bit. I'm hoping that this will help. I don't know what's going on my webcam, but if you guys are cool with it, it's all good. Everything with Umar is about extending this. Remember, he conceptualized this in 2004. He said the school's going to open September 11, 2013. We're in 2026. Okay, it's 12 years late already. Everything is about extending it. If we go back to 2014, when he starts raising money for the St. Paul's College, he never put in the bid, and he said that he did. The starting bid, if memory serves me correctly, was $2.5 million. Black Anonymous is the one that could verify that. Black Anonymous has a blog that covered all this. In fact, Black Anonymous contacted the agency that was in charge of the closed bid auction, and they told Black Anonymous that Umar never put it in the bid, but he told people that he did. The thing is that the only way to put in the bid would be if you had $2.5 million. So how is it possible for Umar to acquire or to raise $2.5 million in 2014 when he started raising money in the spring of 2014? So either a person would have to say, okay, Umar had at least $2.5 million in a matter of months, or Umar never had enough money to put in a bid for St. Paul's College, which means that he lied to people, which he did when he told people that he had put in a bid for St. Paul's College. Okay, again, extension. So what happens is that Umar, he tells people, we don't have enough money. We need more money. Well, that's to extend this. Then he says that it was the government was trying to acquire these buildings and take them from them, right? Sounds familiar? Just like the city of Wilmington in 2025. Well, he was saying this about the government back in 2014, 2015. It's in the documentary. That's just to extend this even further. And then at a certain point, he stops talking about St. Paul's. And what does he focus on? He starts going around the world allegedly looking for schools. Well, that's to extend it even further. It's all about extension with this guy. It's not about actually coming to a place of closure wherein you open up and you have a grand opening and children are being educated. Everything that Umar Johnson has done has been to extend this further and further. And meanwhile, he continues to collect money because that's the ultimate goal. See, the means to the end, the means is what we're going to do is we're going to extend this as long as possible. We're going to keep extending this. And the end is what? To keep collecting money, not to open up a school. So Umar went all over the world, and wherever he would go, he would say, I'm looking for a school here. So if he goes to Chicago, he tells people, I'm looking for a school in Chicago. If he goes to New York, he says, I'm looking for a school in New York, in the Bronx. We'll just use that as an example. Shout out to the Bronx. If he goes over to Europe or to the UK, he says, we look for a school in London. He goes over to Africa, we look for a school in Ghana. You go to Cali, we're looking for a school in California, Florida, Houston, Texas, Detroit. The list goes on and on and on. Okay, that's just to extend this even further. And he's collecting the money the whole time. And then we get to 2019, he purchased these trap bandos. This was to extend it even further. And here we are, over 7 years later, and not one black child has been educated. Well, that's all this is. It's about extending this scam indefinitely. So the next thing for Umar now is we're going to extend this we're going to blame this now on the certificate of occupancy. I got to blame people for why, the buildings aren't up to code, and it's his responsibility, but this is to extend the scam even further. This makes sense? And we will open up, we're going to open the school now. He was saying it was going to open in 2025. Then he said 2026. Now he's saying 2027. But based upon what he's saying with this current situation, 365 days from the time he gets the certificate of occupancy, well, he may not get the certificate of occupancy for another 2 or 3 years, because it's all about extending this even further. Let's say Umar gets the certificate of occupancy in 2028. Well, that means that school's not going to open until 2029. It's all about extending this scam indefinitely and collecting money in the meantime. See, Umar's been at this for such a long time. Everything is about extending this as long as possible. And that's precisely what he's attempting to do here. My goodness. Thank you, Mission Calming. TJ says, stuck in the word of the day, y'all. Yeah, people were saying stuck in, fisking, and that was another one that people were talking about from something he said back. Oh, tooken. Remember he said, I ain't never took in a life. Said, Umar crazy. He said, I ain't never took in a life. I said, I ain't never took in a life either. Right? To be honest with you, I ain't never took in nothing. All right, thanks, DJ. The answer is telling. He treats basic project management like something that just happens to him. If this is your project, how do you miss that? Yeah, but the thing is that he's not a project manager. He doesn't have management skills. He doesn't have organization skills. He's not qualified. He doesn't have a track record for actually opening or building an institution or anything like that. So I think in Umar's mind, it's more like, let me just, again, it's just about extension. It's not about results. If you are a project manager, it's about getting from point A to point B to point C to point D, all the way to Z in the most efficient amount of time, save money, save resources. But ultimately, the goal is to have that project come into fruition. And you want it to be a quality project. But there's steps that go into that. And there's skill sets that a project manager has to have in order to get to point Z. Well, Umar doesn't have skill sets that's indicative of someone who can start a project from point A and see it through to point Z. I should play something for you guys today. See, Umar, he has an internal battle with himself. See, much of his life is about proving that he doesn't have particular issues, to the point where he will deny that these issues actually exist in him and in others. And so a lot of what he does is about trying to prove to people that somehow he can pull these things off, even though he has these underlying issues. Yeah, I'm tempted to pull it up and play it for you guys because I ran into it today. It's a video from 2011. Very telling. There's another video that I referenced in the documentary that speaks to this too, but this one is when you hear Umar, when you hear him say it, you can tell. Like he's really in this internal battle. It's internal. It ain't got nothing to do with anyone else. Anyway, the point I'm getting at is that these particular issues that I'm referring to, and I would just need to export it actually. In fact, let me go ahead and do it. It's actually kind of sad. That's why I'm, my energy went down, because I kind of feel bad for the guy, but you have to, there's something called radical acceptance. It's a concept I've been studying more recently. And you have to deal with the reality of your situation. And you also have to accept your own faults and your own failures and be okay with it as long as you're moving forward in life. And everyone has something. Everyone does. Umar has quite a few things. Yeah, let me go ahead and pull this for you guys. Give me 1 second. It's going to take a moment to load because this documentary, it's expansive. Okay, yeah, it's loading up right now. What I'll do is once it's loaded, I'll export it, and then once it exports, I'll pull it up and play for it. It's a brief clip. It may be about 10 seconds long. But the point is that what I'm speaking about here is, given Umar's issues, and there's a lot of issues, he's not the type of person who could be placed in a management position where he's managing a project and see it from A to Z. And that's what we see clearly with this FDMG project. But the other thing too with this FDMG project, Umar, he doesn't have any intentions on opening up a school. He just gives the illusion that he is so that he can keep collecting money and extend this indefinitely. But the skill set needed to do something like this, he doesn't possess it. He's never possessed it, and he hasn't developed it either. That's the other thing. You would think that from 2019, when he acquires these trap bandos, he should have put himself in a position to learn so that by now he can really move this thing forward. And truth be told, back in 2010, when he announced that the school would open September 11, 2013, he should have, from that point, he should have been putting himself in a position so that when he finally acquires these trap bandos, he knows what to do with them. Okay, let me check this right quick. Okay, it's loaded. So let me find this clip. I don't think you guys can hear though. So yeah, let me just find it right quick. If you can hear it, let me know. I don't think it's going to go through though, because this isn't going directly to StreamYard. Okay, I'm still looking through this timeline. Oh, maybe it's this video from 2012. Let me see. No. Okay, I'll tell you what, because I don't want to waste you guys' time. Let me pull up my the script for the documentary, and then I'll go ahead and search through the script to find exactly where it's at in the timeline. And then in the meantime, what I'll do, and I'll come back to this legalish. In the meantime, I'll go back and I'll play this.
Right. They got made.
Yeah.
I was so,
and
so
that's
they know
every
that
year.
somebody is still attached to it and working on it.
Okay.
Now, mind you, all of our repairs have been done for 2-3 years now. Technically, we should have already been done. The problem is I decided to paint the building. I should have went for inspection first. You feel me? When I decided to paint the building and let all the volunteers come in, that ended up taking us over a year to get it done precise, right? In retrospect, Loon, I should have saved the paint until after we passed inspection.
Right.
We'd probably already be open with students right now.
Right.
That was a mistake I made.
Yeah.
I was so caught up in the look instead of saying, wait, time out. What do you need just to get your paperwork?
Yes.
Save the paint.
Right.
Historical error.
Yes. Do you think, looking back,
he said save the paint,
at everything that has happened with the school, and hold on, first of all, are you free and clear of whatever paperwork that they put on the door?
Well, remember,
is that taken care of?
Remember, we had to pay it
by a certain date.
And we paid it.
Okay.
In bulk. They were counting on me
not having it.
He said bulk.
And I walked in there with the whole thing.
Yeah, as you should. You should. They think you
like this Negro.
Yeah. So do you feel as though that you've mishandled?
It bothers me because Wilmington is a predominantly black city government and bureaucracy. It bothers me that nobody in that city government cared enough about my project to not even make a phone call to me, bro.
Yeah.
Everybody know my number. You feel me? Like, damn.
They don't even know him.
Y'all that trifling? All y'all see this about nobody even if you call your cousin up, I know you listen to Dr. Umar, send him a DM.
And what you talking about?
It's crazy.
They were gonna let
and then I was seeing
people, man.
It was crazy. I was seeing stuff online from like white supremacists and other people, like your haters, your detractors and stuff, saying, I'm gonna try to buy the building just to bulldozer it and think. And I'm saying, oh shit, this is more meaningful than just this little thing Dr. Umar is working on. You got white supremacists understanding that there's this black dude working on this school in Wilmington, Delaware. They were saying that I'm gonna buy the school, bulldozer the school, and just like, I think dude said, I'll put a toilet. Only thing gonna be there is a toilet. It was something crazy. But I'm saying that I didn't think that it garnered that kind of attention from white people.
But progress is always a threat.
All right, we're gonna come back to this. It's funny. Umar's voice is interesting. Yeah, but okay, let me play something for you. This is from 2020. No, I'm sorry, 2011. Yeah, 2011. I have it archived as 2012, but this actually took place in 2011. So let me play this for you guys.
Through clever and constant application of propaganda, people can be made. I did that already. That's my ADHD. Next slide. Listen to this. If ADHD was around when I went to school, I would have been drugged up. And for any parent in here who thinks their son needs medicine, I'm living proof that you don't. I was an ADHD kid. I never had the diagnosis, but I've always had an issue with inattention and hyperactivity. And I made it through school just fine, 6 degrees, PhD. I needed no drugs.
All right, and then I asked the question, how is it possible for ADHD to not exist when Umar admits that he has ADHD? That'll be in the voiceover. The point is that he's gone around the country for decades now talking about how ADHD does not exist and that it's really symptomatic of ain't no daddy at home disorder. Meanwhile, in this video, he admits that even though he wasn't diagnosed, he has issues with attention, attention deficit and hyperactivity, which is consistent with what we've seen. Think about all the things that Umar Johnson has proposed that he's going to do, but he's never focuses on these things. And then the hyperactivity, when Umar gets, in that manic mode, from time to time, and he gets all animated. Okay, we've seen that. Okay, he recognizes that he has an issue. The point that I want to make, and this gets back to what Legalist was saying, is that if someone is going to put themselves in a position where they are, in essence, the project manager, they need to make sure that they have the coping mechanism and the skill sets needed to deal with whatever underlying mental health issues they may be dealing with. Everyone has something. Everyone does. Okay. So and in my opinion, I don't think that Umar has gotten professional psychological service so that he can develop the skill set needed to where he can it's not about eliminating it or remedying it. It's really being able to cope with it, because there are plenty of people who have ADHD who are highly successful and they get things done, and they're well known around the world and they're highly successful, right? But in Umar's case, you guys look at all the things that he's proposed. It's kind of sad. A lot of stuff that he's proposed is just him coming up with stuff, and then he goes to something else, and he goes to something else. Nothing is ever focused. Well, that's reflective of this project. Nothing is ever focused. Matter of fact, for him to be on Big Loon and talking about how we shouldn't have painted. And they started back in 2020. It takes a year. Okay, well, 2021. Let's give them some grace. 2022 by that time. And I should have focused on the certificate of occupancy. That shows a lack of organization. That shows that he's all over the place. See? So the thing is that Umar hasn't developed a coping mechanism, and that's what he needs to do if he really wants to bring this into fruition, right? Okay. I have other clips where he admits it too. But then he tells black people and black parents in particular that it doesn't exist, that it's just ain't no daddy at home disorder. He's the one that didn't have a daddy at home. You see what I'm saying? It's an internal conflict. And then he claims in this particular video, he states that he was able to get his PhD, but he didn't have a PhD in 2011. He was lying about that. I'll break all this down inside of the documentary. In point of fact, I was perplexed because Umar he's only showed 4 master's degrees. That's all he's shown. Excuse me. He's only shown 2 master's degrees, and then he showed his side D, so altogether 3 degrees. But he claims that he has 6. But based upon what he says in these videos, it is that he has 7. When he puts up his credentials, and he says, let's just, we don't need to have that up. Let's just go on. Well, that's because he knew that what he was saying, it wasn't true. I mean, I was really trying to figure, I don't mean to get blowed off on this, but I was really trying to figure this out, like what in the world was going on. It's in the documentary. I was going to actually read to you guys what he posted. I can play the video too, but I'm just skimming through and I'm not seeing it pop up. Oh, here it is right here. So he claims to have a in 2011. He didn't get his doctorate until November of 2012. But in 2011, November of 2011, he says that he has a doctor of psychology. He has a doctorate in psychology and clinical psychology, nationally certified school psychologist, which he was, certified K-12 school principal, which he was, master's of educational leadership. He's actually shown that master's degree. Then he says a master of clinical psychology. He's never shown that, but that could be what he calls it's a general. It's the master of science. But then he also says he has a master of school psychology. Why would you have a master in clinical psychology and a master of school psychology? He's never provided any proof of a master of clinical psychology or a master of school psychology. My best guess is that he's conflating his masters of science with either the master of clinical psychology or the master of school psychology. But why would you get 2 masters anyway? And then a bachelor's of psychology and a bachelor of political science is actually a double major, but he counts those as 2 degrees. The point is that at the time of this lecture, Umar Johnson did not have a doctorate in clinical psychology. He did not receive his doctorate until November 14th of 2012. Umar Johnson acquired his nationally certified school psychologist credential in 2002. Umar Johnson acquired his certification as a school principal in 2008. Umar Johnson earned his master in educational leadership from Lehigh University, January 13, 2008. Umar Johnson claims that he earned a master in clinical psychology in 2007, but has never provided any proof that he earned that degree in 2007. Umar Johnson claimed that he earned a master in school psychology. This is the only time I've ever heard him say that. And he may have said in other videos, I'll probably get to him at some point, but that's the only time I've ever heard him say specifically school psychology. I've heard him say masters in psychology, but not school psychology. Okay? Again, as I continue in the timeline with the research, there may be evidence to that, and if it is, I will have it in the documentary. I'm just saying, based upon this video in 2011, he said he got this master in school psychology from Millersville University on August 19, 2000, but has never provided proof. Umar Johnson earned a double major in psychology and political science from Millersville University in 1997. It's interesting that Umar Johnson earned a Master of Science degree from PCOM on November 5th of 2008, but he does not include this degree on his list of credentials. And so Umar claims that from PCOM, he earned a master of, that he earned, and I have the degree because those are part of the 3 degrees that he's shown. It's a Master of Science, November 5th of 2008, but he does not include this degree on his list of credentials. It is possible, because I'm always fair, give him the benefit of the doubt, that Umar Johnson is attempting to conflate his Master of Science, which is a generalized degree, with a Master's of Clinical Psychology, which is a specialized degree. It is also possible that Umar Johnson is attempting to conflate his Master of Science, which is a generalized degree, with a Master of School Psychology, which is a specialized degree. These things considered, Umar Johnson has only shown 3 degrees out of the declared 6 degrees. These 3 degrees include a Master of Science from PCOM, a Master's of Education in Educational Leadership from Lehigh University, and a Doctor of Psychology from PCOM. Umar Johnson has never shown his Master of Clinical Psychology degree, Master of School Psychology degree, Bachelor's of Psychology degree, or his Bachelor of Political Science degree, which would be actually 1 degree because it was a double major. But I give him the benefit of the doubt. I think what he's doing is he's taking a generalized degree and then he's assigning a Master's of School Psychology and or a Master's of Clinical Psychology. And that may be what he's doing there. Anyway. Okay, this is just some new research that I've gotten into over the last week or so. Okay, thanks, Legal List, for the super chat. We got about 1,000 people in the building. If you're enjoying the show, make sure you hit that like button. Joker says, I remember him painting the building because he had those women out in the cold and you were upset, rightfully so, and wasn't even helping. Yeah, it's just inappropriate. You don't expose women to the elements like that. And if anything, you would have men out there doing that type of labor. That's how that should go. You know, and then you should have, hot cocoa and tea, you know, so that if women want to come out, they can keep themselves warm. But the Umar, he didn't care about that. It was cold that day. And again, the other issue, Joker, is that Umar, these are people that had to pay him to come out there. And some of these people flew in from other states. They have to pay him in order to paint for free. It's just diabolical. Thanks, Joker. That video just yells like mesothelioma. What is mesothelioma? Let me go look that up. You guys always give me something for me to go look up. Mesothelioma. Okay. Oh, it's a cancer of mesothelial tissue associated especially with exposure to asbestos. Well, the thing is that Umar claims that the asbestos is not an issue. He's claimed that. But the thing is that when the EPA went in and did their second it's not even investigation, there's a term for it. Because they end up classifying these abandoned buildings as brownfield catalyst sites. But when they did their research into whether or not any inspections had been done dealing with lead paint or dealing with asbestos or anything like that, there was no record of it. So this is to say that Umar, he purchased those trap bundles the same year when that report comes out. We should ask the question whether or not Umar had any inspections to figure out whether or not asbestos was in the building or lead paint or anything else for that matter. And my best guess is that he didn't do that. And I said this in 2019. He shouldn't have been in there based upon the conditions of those abandoned buildings. And he shouldn't have had people up in there either. Men, women, or children. He had children up in there too. Thank you, I call Cap. TJ says, FDMG, debank, derailed, disastrous, decrepit. All right. Everything is coming off the debank situation. Okay. Thanks, TJ. Big Dog says Umar disrespects black men and black women, but he pays for snow. Now I don't know if that's true or not. I don't want to say that, but he does disrespect black men and black women. In general, he has a generally negative disposition towards black people anyway. I outlined that in the video that I cover from 2011. He'll say things like, black people, y'all don't do this and y'all don't do that. And it tends to be about what you're doing with your children or what you're doing with your money, but he don't take care of his children and he ain't worked the job consistently since 2006. He hadn't even attempted to run a legitimate business. That's the thing. If Umar was attempting to run a legitimate business, that'd be something different, but he hasn't even done that. I can't tell you how many times I've seen people post in comment sections on Umar videos that they ordered a book and they never got it. There's probably some of y'all up in here that ordered things from Umar and you never got it. So he's not even a reputable businessman. So the thing is that, well, anyway, he always wants to tell black people what they need to be doing with their money. Even back in 2011, he was doing that. And what you all need to be doing he ain't talking to me. What you all need to be doing with your kids. Meanwhile, he don't take care of his kids. All right. Yeah, he's extremely disrespectful towards black people. Thank you, Big Dog. Excuse me. What did the Blair Witch Project assist? Yeah, if we go back and look at those older videos where Umar was walking through those abandoned buildings, especially when he didn't have lights on, it's like Blair Witch time. All you got to do, and I could do it, just, do the color grade, take the color out and turn it into black and white, put some static onto the screen, overlay static, and it's Blair Witch. Thanks, TJ. Joke says, remember the HVAC saga? Yeah, I remember the HVAC. Well, that HVAC saga was crazy. Everybody remember the HVAC saga. Dude, that might have been the biggest, well, at least back then, that was the biggest thing going was the HVAC saga. I need to charge my phone. Yeah, we covered that extensively. Brother Jose came through and everything, right? Okay, thanks, Joker. Louis Suck says, why does he have a hand sanitizer dispenser above an exposed electrical switch? I didn't even notice that. Them poor kids. Oh, no, I did notice that. Now that I think about it, them poor kids going to get electrocuted after the It's just a bad look all the way across the board. You know, he said back then he should have applied for the certificate of occupancy. No, you need to get these renovations going, homeboy. Yeah, we shouldn't have painted. No, you should have gotten some legitimate renovations taking place. But yeah, it's always something that's discombobulated about the situation. You know, there's the floor in the gym has a big old bump in it. You know, kids can't play no basketball, no sports on there. It's always something. But that's Umar. Thanks, Louis Select. Shout out to Louis Select. Big Dog says Umar is playing the American game as a scammer, just like OG Jimmy Swagger. I remember Jimmy Swagger. He had a church, right? Yeah, I remember that guy. That's from a long time ago, though. If that's who you're talking about, let me see. Yeah, this is from a long time. I don't even know if he's still alive. He's still alive. Yeah, he passed. Rest in peace. He passed last year. Yeah, but this, what you're talking about, this goes back a long time ago because I remember that. He was known for scandals involving prostitutes in 1988 and 1991. Yep. He wrote about 50 Christian books. He sold over 50 million records worldwide as a gospel artist. I didn't know that. In 1980, he received the Grammy nomination. What? What in the world? That's crazy. All right. Yeah, I remember this guy. Anybody remember Jimmy Swagger hit the one? But this is old stuff. This was a long time ago. Yeah, rest in peace to him. He passed at the age of 90 last year. Yeah, I sure do remember that. And he was big time too. He had a big following. Thanks, Big Dog. Frigilante, what's up, Frigilante? I ain't seen you in a little while. Hope you're doing all right. Became a member again. Thank you so much. My plan is to have the next 7 documentary ready for you members next week. All right. Mr. Whale says donators are the blame for no work. Sounds like slavery. Work without compensation is illegal. Umar, yeah, but those people had to pay to come paint for him for free. But then now, all these years later, we're in 2026. That was in 2020. It's roughly about 5 years and maybe 2 months later. He's trying to blame. I think that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to blame the painters, and those are the painters who came and did it for free. He didn't pay none of these painters. He said he was going to have professionals come out and do it too, by the way. And he was going to paint one building red, another one black, another one green. He didn't do that. He took the old paint from the Umar Academy that was sitting in his storage room. I kid you not. And he used that to paint the buildings. Hit the one. Anybody remember that? And the guy told him when they opened that up, he said, no, you can't use this paint because it's old paint. Ooh, that's the paint that's why it's the same color. Yeah, some of y'all don't remember that. What's up? What's up, Forsaken Logic, Sequoia? I just spit. I apologize. I'm just happy to see some of y'all. I ain't seen y'all in a while. I see y'all up in it. It just warms my heart. What's up, Rumble and Afro Punk Check? Marcia. Shout out to Kogo too. He sent me another episode, but I don't want to be playing him every time. I want to maybe once a week we can build it up. He's been working on this cartoon, Umar cartoon. It's funny too. Shout out to Kogo. How's it going, Deshaun? Renee, I'm just want to give some shout outs because I really appreciate you guys. I really do. Thanks, Joshua, for being here. Texas Divas in the building as well, one of the OGs. Okay. My father is a contractor and he's never needed blueprints unless they were building the structure from scratch, things being torn down or building additions to a structure. Well, that wasn't the case for anyone Umar was trying to do. He's a liar. He is. And I can't remember how long it went. Black Anonymous would know. Black Wolf would probably know. But I don't know. I can't remember how long that whole situation went on for him trying to find the blueprint. Actually, I can tell y'all. Hold on a second. Because it's always about extending. So there's always have to be some hurdle that he has to overcome. It's like a video game, Let me see. And he was so happy when he had those. He was walking in the hood with them blueprints. He sure was. He was walking in the hood with them with a backpack on. Yep, there it is right there. So it takes Umar, it took him a year and a half to get blueprints. And that was delay. That was what he claims to be the delay for the renovations. Yeah, let me pull it up for you guys. I know I said we was gonna be here for 2 hours or so, whatever. You know how we do. 2020, 8-1. Here it go right here. Yeah, I think it was during COVID, right?
How's everybody doing? Good news and bad news. Good news is we got the drones. All right?
Okay.
We got the drones. $20,000 worth of work right here. $20,000. Architectural designs, plumbing, electric, mechanical, general contractor. Shout out to the donors. $20,000 worth of designs right here. We got the designs. That's the good news. The challenging news.
See, it's always something. It's always something. And he will do that. He'll say the good news is this, and then you have the next thing, which is the extension, how he's going to extend this even further. You guys catch that? Listen, because I've seen him do this so many times.
The challenging news is we got to raise the money to pay for the work. So what I'm going to be doing all next week is entertaining bids from contractors, electricians, plumbers, general contractors. I'm walking down the hood in North Philly, no security, just me, King Kong, okay? North Philly bred, born and raised, that's what I do. Shout out to all my Meade Elementary alumni, 18th in Oxford. Shout out to all my Bieber Junior High alumni, 59th in Malvern. Shout out to all my Scotland School alumni, Chambersburg, PA. Shout out to all my Millersville University alumni, Lancaster, PA. This is what we do. Make sure y'all donate.
See? Sniff.
All next week, I'm entertaining bids.
Yeah, let me take that back. I don't think that was sniff. Listen.
Next week, I'm entertaining bids. Make sure y'all donate.
Oh, no, I was right. Never mind.
All next week, I'm entertaining bids. Electrician, carpenter, plumber, general contractor, carpentry, HVAC, fire alarm system, sprinkler system. We got to do it all, y'all. Get on that CashApp, $ FDMG school. Get on that CashApp. Mail in, P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, 19809. Mail in, family. We got the designs. We got the designs. $20,000 worth of work right here. All donations paid for through the donors of FDMG. But now we gotta find an electrician who ain't gonna rob us. Find a plumber who ain't gonna rob us.
See, he already had a plan. He already had a story before he even took offers for renovations. You see what he's doing here? He's telegraphing what's going to take place in the future. And this functions as an extension as to why things haven't progressed. Hit the one, please hit the one. He does the same thing with the, he did the same thing with the, well, he's doing it now with the certificate of occupancy. He told when he was on the Breakfast Club, he told them about that way long time ago. I think that was well, it's not way long time. I think it was in 2024. That's what I want to say. Well, he's doing it here. He's planting the seed in people's mind. You know, that he's going to have to deal with these black contractors who's going to try to scam him or try to get over on him, or the black electricians or the black plumber. And he said this about all of those people, that they were scammers and that they didn't finish the job. And so, well, where's the police reports on all? Well, did you file a police report? You take them to court?
Who ain't gonna rob us? Find a plumber who ain't gonna rob FDMG. But now we gotta find an electrician who ain't gonna rob us. Find a plumber who ain't gonna rob us. Find a carpenter, HVAC man who ain't gonna. August 1st. Today is the centennial. Today is the centennial, 100-year anniversary of the most honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, greatest black leader of the 20th century. It's not even close. Today was the beginning of his International Convention of the African Peoples of the World, New York City, August the 1st to August the 31st, 1920. Pan Africanists from all around the world came together to unite and build the provisional government of Africa.
Yeah, whatever. It was on July 10th of 2024, where he was on the Breakfast Club at the 24-minute mark. He says, after we're done applying for the certificate of occupancy, he's saying this in 2024. After we're done applying for the certificate of occupancy, we may have to protest because of discrimination. Inspections will be done by the end of the summer. I've been too transparent. Then he defends P. Diddy. So that's 2024.
The blueprint for the United States of Africa. They gave us the red, black, and green flag. Brothers and sisters, today is the anniversary of the beginning of that greatest Pan-African conference of all time, 100 years ago.
Anyway, this is what I was talking about in terms of him extending things. Another thing, this was just another thing along the way. HVAC is another one, and the list goes on and on. Okay. Let me see here. Thanks, Mr. Wells, again, for the super chat. Miss Vernica says, projection, deflection, extension equals Umar. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. He projects a lot. He deflects a lot, especially when he's asked questions about FDMG and why it's not open yet, or the money. He starts to deflect. And then extension. Everything is about extending this indefinitely. And he's been fairly successful. I think the biggest issue, though, is that he doesn't get the same type of money that he used to get back in the day. But it doesn't. What's the difference to Umar? It doesn't matter. It's still free money. He hasn't shown improve anything. So why not just keep going? And that's what he's been doing. As long as he extends it. And then when people ask him critical questions, he deflects. And every once in a while, he tells the truth when he projects. Right? Listen carefully.
Because when I got the vacant property registration fee waiver, I asked them, can y'all retroactively apply the waiver to us? Because I remember I was late. Can y'all just do me this solid this one time? Because that's a lot of money to be paying when we living off the people's money when we should have the waiver. Can y'all just do me this solid this one time? Because that's a lot of money to be paying when we living off the people's money. Because that's a lot of money to be paying when we living off the people's money. Because that's a lot of money to be paying when we living off the people's money. Because that's a lot of money to be paying when we living off the people's money. 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 When we living off the people's money.
All right. There you have it. Thank you, Ms. Burton. Master Khalik says he's calling people trotting for not reminding him to pay his bills. No accountability. Yeah, and then he expects the people in the city to somehow know who he is, and that because they know who he is, they're going to do him a solid. Yeah, that's the arrogance and the ego and the narcissism. He thinks he's so important that people need to contact him. Well, he did the same thing with those munitions, though. He said that, you people should have told me. No, Umar knew that this was coming down the line, but it's not other people's responsibility. Same thing with when the vandalism took place inside of the small gym, the large gym. He said that it took place last year, but that's old. That's old. I already broke all that down. But remember, he was saying, people didn't contact me, and that's what people in the neighborhood they're supposed to be looking over these properties on your behalf, even though you're traveling around the world. That don't make no sense. He never holds himself accountable for anything. Well, same thing here. I mean, why would you think that somehow people have to remind you to pay bills? If you can't remember, you should have a document set up, or you can put it in your calendar, let you know what's due and when it's due, and preferably how much. They got apps for that. And then you can just automate it if you want to. I have some stuff, most of my stuff is automated, but then there's other stuff I like to do myself. But the point is that he has to hold himself accountable because that's his responsibility to do. That's not anyone else's responsibility but his own. But that's Umar. He never holds himself accountable for anything. Thank you, Mescali. Dr. Grande should do a video on Umar. Yeah, I don't know who Dr. Grande is. Thanks, Giannis. Miss Vertica says a good theme song for Umar would be that song "You" by Janet Jackson. Look in the mirror, my friend. No lies will be told then. Pointing the finger again. You can't blame nobody but you. Yeah. But Umar, he never holds himself accountable. See, that's probably one of the things that we can track going all the way back to the earliest Umar videos. And not even just the videos. We can go back to when he was in UNIA and he put his letter of resignation back in 2005. It's not online anymore. At least the last time I checked, it's not online anymore. But I have I've downloaded it. It's in the documentary. I'll go through the whole thing. But even back then, he would not hold himself accountable for anything. It's always someone else's fault. His favorite word is sabotage. And this is haters and they're trying to stop me and they're jealous. That's why they're doing this. And it's always the same thing, but he never, ever holds himself accountable. And nothing in your life will change for the better until you look in the mirror and you say, okay, what is it that I need to change? But in order to do that, you got to hold yourself accountable and you got to be humble too. Umar lacks those things. So you would think that after 7 years of having these trap bandos with how he professes himself to be this great Pan Africanist leader and scholar and most requested and all this other stuff with 6 degrees, that he would have had something going by now with no end in sight. That's all. I just want people to understand that Umar he's nowhere close. And he knows that, but it's about extending it as long as possible. He's nowhere close to having a functional school. And then operating costs, and then getting people to even enroll in that impoverished neighborhood. Ain't $500 a month to send your child there and it's not accredited? Who's going to do that? Or what, you going to bust your children in, I guess, for people that stay out? Why would you do that? Why would you have your children sitting on the bus for an hour, 30 minutes a day to go to a school that's not accredited and you paying $500 a month? And then if something happens at that school with your child, you got to drive a mile, an hour and a half, in some cases 2 or 3 hours in traffic to go pick up your kid? It make no sense. Thank you, Ms. Vernica. He never holds himself accountable for anything. Never. How's it going? Mistress Monica says, until he fixes the mold, the school won't open. Yeah, it won't open for that. It won't open simply because of the issues in terms of the walkway. There's a walkway and it's tilted to the side. There's cracks all in it and all that stuff. That's not going to pass inspection right there. I don't know if Umar knows that or not. Same thing with inside the gym. Remember I've shown it many times, but inside the gym, it's like it's warped. There's these bumps on the gym floor because of water damage. So who knows what else is going on under that, but then also with the foundation inside that gym. The foundation failed at one of these buildings in 2009 too, by the way. There were other structural issues as well. So that the gym's not going to pass just for that. And clearly the other side of the street is not going to pass. He ain't done nothing over there. So you got the small building, but there's all types of issues with that too. And Umar, he knows that. There's a video, I remember we were covering it. There's a guy who was like, there's black mold over there. This was in a small gym. You think Umar's remedy that? And just because you wipe it off doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. They're going to go in there, they're going to do a spore count. And I guarantee it's going to be off the chart. Because who knows what's going on behind that wall where the mold was located? Who knows? Anyway. One shot game is no, we ain't doing that. Mrs. Monica says, first it was the blueprints for 1.5 years. Yep. Then it was the HVAC for another 2. Was it really 2 years? Man, that's a long time. I know it was a long time though. I do remember that. But 2 years, man. So then it was the HVAC for another 2 years. Now it's the certificate of occupancy. Notice the pattern. Yeah. And the thing is, the certificate of occupancy, this isn't new. Let me go back in my notes. There is a video from 2021 where Umar's talking about the certificate of occupancy at the 1 hour and 8 minute mark and 40-second mark. 1 hour, 8 minute, 40-second mark. He talks about the grand opening. It's going to be at the end of 2021. He gives I should play this. He gives an HVAC update. He said there's a little bit of repair work. This is in 2021. plumbing, electric, and then he's going to apply for the certificate of occupancy. And the grand opening, he said the end of 2021. Then he says the grand opening February of 2022. Y'all want me to pull this one up? Because I just want to be clear. This certificate of occupancy thing, it's not new. He's been talking about this. We're in 2026. He's been talking about this for about over 4 years. Yeah, let me pull this. Okay, this is at the 1 hour, 8 minute, and 40-second mark. Okay, here we go.
Get a lot of those across the state of South Carolina. For those of you who missed our first annual festival, please come next year. It will be on Saturday, September the 10th, God willing, right there
Umar got
in
on.
Wilmington, Delaware.
He
20
funny.
minutes
He got them jeans on though.
from the Philadelphia International Airport. Wilmington is Philly's backyard. I could actually get to the school quicker than I could get to other places in the city of Philly itself. It's the point at which Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland all meet.
Yeah, I apologize. The audio quality is kind of low. Can you guys still hear it?
Wilmington, Delaware. So we working on the school, God willing. It'll be done by the end of the calendar year. But of course, I said that before, but I don't control the setbacks. When I
See? No accountability whatsoever. This guy.
get back to the city, we're going to get the HVAC put in. Hopefully everything connects well, and we ain't got to spend no more money for HVAC repairs. I got a little bit more plumbing, a little bit more electric, and we should be able to apply for our certificate of occupancy. Once the school is open, we're going to have a grand opening. I'm hoping we get to do it for February. 28 days of Black history inside of FDMG.
He's saying February of 2022. I don't even think I have this clip inside of the where he's changed the grand opening dates. I don't even think I had this one in there. Yeah.
And I'm telling you right now, brothers and sisters,
I don't know what y'all clapping for. This video's from 2021. We're in 2026.
I tell you right now, you're going to be spending a lot of time at the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy, because in addition to being a school, those 4 buildings will also double as the Central Black Community Organizing Headquarters. We're going to be having an all-Black women's conference, all-Black men's conference, ex-offender conference, Black farmers conference, Black cosmetologist conference. And I'm going to have a snow bunny conference for all you white girl loving coons to find out what your problem is.
Here you go.
It's going to be a conference every weekend, so I'm letting you know right now.
Okay, he said going to be a conference every weekend. So he was talking about the certificate of occupancy back in 2021. Okay. All right. Mr. Mouse also said first it was blueprints for 1.5 years. Then it was the HVAC for another 2 years. Now it's the certificate of occupancy. Notice the pattern. Yeah. And there'll be more. I'm sure there'll be more. You know, because the certificate of occupancy, it's not just one thing. There's all these other, under the umbrella of the certificate of occupancy, there's all these other, we've talked about this in the past, inspections that need to take place. So he can actually take each one of those to extend this even further. It's all about extension. All right, thanks, Mr. Monica. Miranda says, hey, Lenon and Cooker said the misinformation he told parents about ADHD upset me because it's real and they need help. Yeah. Brain needs treatments to help the child focus. His rhetoric is now changing because he's learning better now. Yeah, a lot of his earlier rhetoric was about ADHD. It was about the school to prison pipeline. It was about special education, psychotropic drugs, misdiagnoses. He's pulled away from a lot of that. You know, I would say over the last 3 or 4 years. A lot of his earlier talking points was also about homosexuality. He doesn't really talk about that as much as he used to. He talks more, one of his main talking points now, he had it then, but more now is a snow bunny thing. I think that's been his main talking point over the last, I would say probably 2 or 3 years. But the point is that for over a decade, he was on a campaign, and he gave a lot of misinformation to Black parents, and they made decisions about their children's mental health based upon information that Umar Johnson was giving. Very dangerous. And then he still in 2026, he parades around as if he's a school psychologist, some sort of expert. He's not. He holds no certifications. He's never been licensed for anything. He tells people that he was a therapist. He's never been licensed as a therapist. He's never worked as a therapist. He's never had any certifications to be a therapist. But he gets online and he pretends. He's been doing this for over a decade, and he's given a lot of horrible advice. It's unfortunate because the people who are impacted the most are the children, and these are his allegedly, this is his focus. His focus is on what? To save Black boys and to save Black children. But he's caused a lot of damage out there. I have a video of this, and I'm sure you're aware of it, Miranda. There's this brother from Chicago that called in to one of Umar Johnson's shows, and Umar had given his wife some information, and she acted on that information without consulting her husband, and it caused some problems for the child and for their relationship. That's what it appears to me. And you should see how Umar responded to that. But the fact that he gives this type of advice, it's just dangerous because you're dealing with people's children. Yeah. Thank you, Miranda. It's truly unfortunate. It really is. Mistress Monica says the next delay in scam will be mold remediation. I don't know if, and I know you mentioned this before. I don't know if he would, well, he could. The truth is that he watches videos. He watches these videos, and we've talked a lot about. We were talking about the mold back in 2019. The thing is that could be an ace in the deck that he can pull out, let's say, a year and a half from now. But see, the thing is that why didn't he take care of that back in February 2019 or since that time? And if renovations are completed, mold remediation should be part of that, right? So why didn't that take place? And really, truth be told, that should have been the first thing, or at least one of the first things that took place was that. There was mildew issues too, because there was this one video. I would have to find it, but I know I have it. There's this one video that he had people walking through there, and he didn't have electricity at that time, and there was a young lady who was holding her nose, and she was talking. It would sound like that. And someone asked, why are you holding your nose? And she was like, it's the smell. Well, it was a mildew smell, because someone said, yeah, that's the mildew or whatever. Okay, that's mildew and mold. Well, he knew back then it was a problem. So could he, Mistress Monica, let's say in 2027 or potentially 2028, he said, the last thing we got to do, family, to open up. We got to get this mold remediated, but it's going to cost $500,000 just on these two buildings. So we got to get this money. Is it possible? Yeah. It's always something. It's going to be something, an excuse to extend. Absolutely. It's just, for me, the audacity that he would have to really be audacious to do that. Let's say a year from now or 2 years, because people have been talking about this for a long time anyway. Why didn't you take care of this back in 2019 when we first brought it up? Why are you doing it in 2020, 2021, 2022, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? By that time, we'd be in 2029. But hey, he could still do it. That's Umar. So the next delay in the scam will be mold remediation, which will take another 2 to 4 years. Oh, God. Excuses. That's why he purposely avoids mentioning the mold. That's true too. He doesn't talk about that. In fact, in my notes, I've never heard him talk about the mold. I haven't seen a video where he's talking about the mold, except for when someone mentioned it in the gym. He said there was black mold, and Umar said, I can't remember what he said. It was more like dismissive than anything else. But other than that, no, I haven't heard Umar say anything about mold remediation. So that may be his ace in the deck that he's going to pull later on. Who knows with this guy? And then he can extend it out. He can say, hey, listen, looks like it's going to take a lot longer. It's going to take a year, then it takes 2, then 3. Who knows? Thank you, Mistress Monica. Deshaun Gold, okay. Thanks for the shot, Gaming. Everything is D. TJ says, Umar, it's okay for you to get you a snow bunny. Yeah, but the thing is, he couldn't do that publicly. He's already painted himself in the corner. Just like he can't go and walk through these trap banners and show every single room because he already said the renovation was complete. Well, if they're complete, then there should be evidence of that. There is no evidence of that, so he can't do that. Well, he's painting himself in the corner in terms of interracial relationships. Because he's been talking about, not dating outside the race. He was talking about that in the video I was looking at doing editing on yesterday, from 2011 and in 2012. So he's been at that a long time. It's just he's focused on that more and more, especially with the snow bunny crisis over the last 3 years, I would say. But that paints him into a corner where he can't act out. He can't, in public at least. He couldn't be caught with a white woman. But that's Umar. Thanks, TJ. All right. Ashley says, I'm still trying to play a dual role in the documentary as the pebble on the steps in a document with silent ink. Only then will I denounce my heathen ways. The pebble on the steps. I know what you're referring to. I don't know what you mean by the document with silent ink. Okay. Yeah, there is a video of Umar, and I just real quick, there's a video of Umar. It's very, very telling. I remember we were watching it. I didn't know what was going on. I thought Umar was there was a spider on the step or whatever. But he's doing this promo video. There's a cameraman. The cameraman's following him around. He's talking about the school and all this stuff. And then he comes and he walks past these steps up there at these trap bandos, and he looks over. And then he motions to the cameraman. I could pull it up, but let's just save some time. He motions to the cameraman like to hold up. He goes like this, and then he walks over. He sits down, and when he sits down, he reaches over and starts going like this. But you can't see what he's fidgeting with because it's kind of off the screen. But then the camera pans over because he stops fidgeting with it. And I was like, what is he doing? Is it a spider or something? Is it a bug? And the camera pans over, and it's a little white rock there. So Umar, while he's doing this, he's supposed to be recording this promo video. He should be focused on that. His eye catches that, and who does that? And then he can't stop himself. He walks right over there, sits down next to it, and starts to see what it is. Okay, I already know what time it is, and I told people then. Okay. Thank you, Ashley, for the super chat. And then Miranda says, I was at the conference in Cola, South Carolina, and got his book. Oh, you did? Okay. Okay, so you were a Umar supporter. Yeah, I didn't know that. Or you may have said that in the past. Yeah, so you got his book. Yeah, I wonder, was it the first one or the second? Because he did 2 books. No, there was no source material in that either. I remember that. Yeah, I can put, but I want to save time because I was trying to get all this done today in 2 hours, and we still got to get. We're not. We got to keep going. If Mrs. Monica, if you remind me at the end, I can pull it up. What I'll do is I'll play this, and then at the end, if we have time, I'll pull it up. Okay, because we still got to get back together tomorrow to do the main event, which is the Father David interview. Okay, we got over 1,000 people in the building too. Over 1,000 votes, 1,144 votes. Were you surprised that Umar Johnson admitted to living off of the FDMG donation money? 33% said yes, 67% said no. Make sure you get your vote in. And let me do a check to see where we're at with the likes. We're at 408. Our goal is 6. I don't know if we're going to make it, okay? But we will see, all right? If you're enjoying the show, make sure you hit that like button. Okay, let's get back to the main video. And I'm going to go pull up that other video as well while we do this. Okay, here we go.
And you change nothing about a people until you change their consciousness and mentality. In the immediate future, it may not matter much to some people, but the long ball, we own it.
Yes,
because this is just the first of many.
Yeah, that's that's the problem, right?
That's the problem. They're looking at the growth. If this pops,
if it works, it's a problem.
The momentum gonna be crazy.
Do you think that you've mishandled any of the?
Why would he say if? He's saying if it works.
First of many.
Yeah, that's that's the problem, right?
That's the problem. They're looking at the growth. If this pops,
if it works, it's a problem.
The momentum gonna be crazy.
Do you think that you've mishandled any of the processes?
Nah. The only thing that could have made this better is if the contractors we hired to do their work had integrity.
All right, so here he goes. He's blaming other people again. Never hold himself accountable.
Would you admit if you had fell short somewhere?
Sure.
Is that hard for you to admit?
Nah.
Because of everyone watching?
Nah. The only thing that took time was we kept getting scammed by people we were referred to do the work.
This guy, he's something else. He really is. He has to blame everyone else, and he never holds himself accountable for anything. But remember, didn't I play that video? What year was that from? Where he was already foretelling this. He was foreshadowing this. Where's the black contractors trying to scam him? What year was that? Anybody remember? And here he is in 2026. Yeah, he projecting too. You're absolutely right about that.
Is if the contractors we hired to do their work had integrity. We can't.
Would you admit if you had fell short somewhere?
Sure.
Is that hard for you to admit?
Nah.
Because of everyone watching?
Nah. The only thing that took time was we kept getting scammed by people we were referred to do the work. We got scammed by everybody. Everybody, bro.
Yeah, no, boy, this guy, he's something else. Notice he says that they were referred to him because that alleviates responsibility on his behalf. Meaning, no, these people referred it to me, not that I selected these people. Did y'all catch that? Yeah, he said everybody.
If you had fell short somewhere.
Sure.
Is that hard for you to admit?
Nah.
Because of everyone watching?
Nah. The only thing that took time was we kept getting scammed by people we were referred to do the work. We got scammed by everybody. Everybody, bro.
Everybody.
And then we went to the white people and they did the work. You know how painful that is, bro? To have your people take the money, not do the work, and you go to the white people and they knock it out.
Wow. That's crazy. There's also an idea out there that
Okay, let me explain. What's really crazy is that, well, number one, what he's doing, he's disparaging black people, right? And the idea, because he's playing into these racial stereotypes, there's these tropes. And the idea is that black businesses don't do as well as white businesses, and they're not as professional, and they overcharge, and the workers are lazy, and they're trying to scam, and so forth and so on. So he's playing upon those types of tropes. But the other thing that Umar is doing here is he's trying to make it seem as if white people are superior in this way, and they were able to come in and do this work and knock it out quickly. Okay, there's two things here. Number one, based upon what Umar says, he had black people working up there since 2020. And from memory, I don't think he had white people up there until the video that he did with Maria. And that was in 2020, I want to say 2024. It could have been 2023, but I think 2024. So what that means is that Umar used black people for about 4 years, allegedly, and then he decides to use white people. But the thing is that based upon the amount of time, this would mean that the black people who were doing the work, they did most of the work, even though renovations still aren't completed. But I'm just going with Umar's story. They would have done most of the work. And then white people come in and allegedly they finish everything up, even though renovations aren't complete and things haven't been finished up. Why give them all of that credit like that and then disparage all the black people who allegedly did all of this work for all those years? So anyone who says that Umar Johnson is about black power, or that he's about the upliftment of black people, or that he cares for black people, or that he has respect for black people, you're misinformed. This is just, he's using this as an opportunity to disparage black people and use black people as an excuse as to why renovations aren't complete, and that it was white people who came in to make it happen, even though we know renovations still aren't complete.
Dr. Umar should have did an online school. Dr. Umar should have went that way.
But if you want an online school, go open up one.
I'm asking you.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying
Umar. Perfect Pitch says, looking at the growth, this guy is astute in speaking the king's language, isn't he? Shout out to Lenon and the entirety of the Rush chat. Yeah. He was looking for the growth this month, family. All right. What else he say? He said, I can't remember what he said. He said, I can't remember, but it was hilarious. That's some 6 degrees. That's what they do. And thank you for the kind words too, Perfect Pitch. And shout out to you as well. Thank you for the super chat. Everyone else, thanks for all the super chats as well. And then a lady says, if I get scammed by everybody, I'm the problem. Yeah. Who's the common denominator? It's Umar. He's the common denominator. But he holds himself accountable for nothing, and then he blames everybody else. He'll even, disparage black people if that allows him to not take responsibility. All right. Thanks, lady. All right, here we go.
What's your feelings on that?
My vision is my vision.
Right.
Do you see that?
Yes.
If Loon says, I'm going to open up a studio downtown in the biggest building, who are you to go and tell Loon to put it in his basement? That's his dream, his vision. If you want a podcast studio in your basement, go put it in your basement. But you don't impose your low expectations on the next man. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, this is interesting because initially Umar was talking about it was going to be a boarding school at a college. And it was going to be a boarding school for boys and girls at a college. Right? He's the one who's downgraded over these. I've talked about this in the past. Initially, it was supposed to be a boarding school at the St. Paul's College, and then he was going to expand that, and the expansion included creating this compound. And here's a picture of it right now, right here. This is what Umar Johnson conceptualized. This is supposed to be what he was going to turn the St. Paul's College into. An area view of the preliminary Heaven on Earth, Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG Leadership Academy 500-acre campus, because that's where he gets that 500 acre, because altogether, I think it was about, I want to say it was close to 500 acres with the St. Paul's, which included the campus and then also farmland or surrounding land, something to that effect. Leadership Academy 500-acre campus encircled by an FDMG river in the shape of Mother Africa, Ancestors Park in the center of the campus, dormitories, airfield, athletic facilities, farms, state-of-the-art music and theater production studio, greenhouse, a zoo, community centers, separate buildings for all 33 trade areas, and much more. There's a baseball field, there's a track and field facility, there's an airstrip for airplanes to land on, hangars, a NASA building. There's also a zoo, these massive dormitories, 2 schools. There's also a hospital. And the list goes on and on and on. So it's interesting that Umar, he's talking about how everyone else, if they want to do something less than he's doing and going to do that. But based upon what Umar conceptualized, he's doing something much, much less than what he had promised in the beginning. He's focusing on 2 buildings, whereas before he was focusing on a whole campus that he was going to expand into a 500-acre compound with the river surrounding it in the shape of Africa, a man-made river.
Yeah.
Living for the future. I'm not living for you. Do you go open up one?
I'm asking you.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying them.
What's your feelings on that?
My vision is my vision.
Right.
Do you see that?
Yes.
If Loon says, I'm going to open up a studio downtown in the biggest building, who are you to go and tell Loon to put it in his basement? That's his dream, his vision. If you want a podcast studio in your basement, go put it in your basement.
That's not what the topic is, though, Umar. It's deflection.
But you don't impose your low expectations on the next man. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
I'm living for the future. I'm not living for you.
Do you understand?
And there's no proof that online schools
That's
are better.
what I was finna
And
ask.
if you go back to COVID, Loon, you should remember this. When our kids were forced to be at home
Yeah, but Umar, you don't have a school.
and learn, it was a disaster, bro. Do you not remember that?
Oh, man.
Did you see the teachers? They say, yeah, he's online, but he got a separate screen watching porn while the class.
Y'all want to come sit down? Come on, have a seat, chat. You know, I'm so thankful that I have you guys. I kid you not. There's no way that I would be able to sit through this. There's no way. So thank you. Okay, and if y'all come sit down, I'll just listen. I'll get some tea. I'll find some kind of snack for y'all. What y'all want? Let me know in the chat room. Just because I need me a quick break. Let me know what you want. I can order it. Let it get here in yeah. I don't know. I just don't know. This guy. Yep. Just taking a break. That's all. Take a quick break, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Belly done gotten down a little bit. Can y'all tell? I've been biking. Belly went down a little bit. Just a little bit. Not all the way. But enough for me to notice and be proud about it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Just to be proud about it. That's all. All right, let's get back to it. I needed a break. I just can't with this guy. I was looking about 4 months pregnant. Now I only look about 2. We're gonna keep getting that down, family. You know what I'm saying? All right. Let me do these just so we can get a break from this guy. He'll blame black contractors with a straight face, then sell the idea that the white man was the competent one. Yeah, that tells you everything. Yeah. And he's supposed to be a Pan Africanist and this great black leader and black power this and black power this and black conscious and all this other stuff. What I realized with Umar is that it's all smoke and mirrors. And he pretends to be things that he's not. He's a pretendian. And if he has to throw black people under the bus and the people who came up there, truth be told, a lot of people that came up there to do work, they weren't licensed to do any of that work or certified. He had Pookie Ray come through because he was trying to save money. But even still, why would you disparage your own people and then elevate the people that you claim are all racist? And he does. I have a video in the next segment of the documentary. He's making these statements about how all white people are racist. And how if you deal with them, they're gonna lose your house and you're gonna lose your car. I don't know if he said car, but this type of talk. Potentially lose your job, whatever he was saying. Okay, it's in the document. I'm paraphrasing, but the point is, why would you elevate the same people that you disparage like that and paint them in this negative light? But then, in order to disparage black people, you paint those same people in a positive light. I mean, he's all smoke and mirrors with this. It's smoke and mirrors. Okay? So thank you, Legalish. Goddess Noel says, how did a ninja from Philly get scammed? And how did he get scammed multiple times? He should have been able to peep game expeditiously. That's a good point, because Umar, he's not saying he got scammed one time by one person. He's suggesting that he got scammed several times by several different people. But if you're so smart and you didn't remember he was on Lord Jamar, I don't need nobody. I got everything I need. Well, if you don't need anybody, you have everything you need, then why are you getting scammed by these black contractors and the black painters? He said they were stealing. And the black electricians. No, he said the black electricians. The black electricians, he said they were stealing. And the black plumber. And whoever else he had up there. Okay, if you're so smart and you got everything that you need and you're built for this and you're Prince Ifatunde and you have all these degrees and you're so smart, how do you get scammed by multiple people in multiple ways for a single project? And they're all black somehow. Well, it doesn't even make sense. Thanks, guys, Noel. Deuces says, them narcissists tell on themselves all the time. Yeah, you're right about that. You got to let them talk, though. And they will reveal themselves. You got to let them talk. You're absolutely right about this. See, the thing with Umar is that if you don't talk long enough, he'll tell the truth. You just got to hear it. And I totally missed it. A shout out to the Quick Crush Chat, because y'all brought it up. I think I listened to it twice, maybe 3 times, and I didn't catch it. And then someone brought it up. I think someone sent the super chat yesterday. Whoever sent it, thank you. And then I said, what do you mean? We went back, we were trying to find it. And then we were going through and we finally found it. I was like, what? We probably played it about 10 times. Okay. So shout out to the Cookie Crush Chat, because I just didn't notice. I was busy looking for videos, and then it just slipped my mind. I mean, it just didn't register. But if you let them talk long enough, they will reveal themselves. And they'll tell the truth. Sometimes they'll tell the truth. Right? Yeah. Thanks, Deuces, 6667. Appreciate the super chat. And also thanks, Goddess Noel, Legal-ish. And then Miss Honey says, Lenon, you too much. What'd I do? What did I do? Did I do something? Okay, I'll take it though. Thank you for the kind word. All right. Thank you, Miss Honey. Okay. We can start wrapping this up because we're almost to the end here. Let me give an update on the poll. 1,231 votes. Were you surprised that Umar Johnson admitted to living off of the FDMG donation money? 33% said yes, 67% said no. Make sure you get your vote in. We're at 456 votes, 456 likes. If you're enjoying the video at any point, make sure you hit that like button. We've got about 1,100 people in the building. Our goal is 600, but I don't think we're going to get to it, but that's okay. Okay. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't, but either way, love y'all. Okay, let's get back to it. Here we go.
Do you feel me?
And you really are trying to affect our boys in a positive way.
Now, did you?
Yeah, he's not dealing with boys, by the way. Here's that video too. Let's get this out the way. Here we go.
Symbolically, brothers and sisters, that purchased this camp, people that, but we own all 4 of these buildings. We own them. You own them. It was the money of black people that purchased this campus. It was the money of black people that purchased this campus, brothers and sisters. And speaking of,
this is from 2021. This is before he got signage and before he took the boards off of the windows.
Symbolism, speaking,
at least on that side of the street.
Symbolically, brothers and sisters, let us also understand that in a very symbolic way, if Wilmington, Delaware was the last stop in slavery.
Did you guys see it? Let me go back. I'll give you guys a play-by-play. And when we first watched this, I didn't know what was going on. We were trying to figure it out because it was so strange that he stopped everything to do what he did. So Umar's giving this tour. It's a promo video. And there's a cameraman following him around, which is rare because it's usually just him with his own phone.
But we own all 4 of these buildings. We own them. You own them. It was the money of black people that purchased this campus. It was the money of black people.
Okay, so he walks past this telephone pole. He'll look over. Okay, right there. He looks over and he sees something that normal people, we're not going to recognize that. We're not even looking for anything like that. He looks over and watch how he motions to the cameraman. See that right there? As if to hold on a second. See that? And he goes, he sits down. He's focused on this now. He's trying to continue with his talk, but he's focused on something on this step. And he starts to fidget with it to find out what it is. And he recognized that it's not what he thought it was. And he leaves it alone and he goes back to talking about these trapped bandos. But watch what happens when the camera pans out. See that? There's a little white rock right there. If you see it, hit the 1. I remember we were watching this and we were like, what's going on? Is it a spider or a bug or something? And then it panned back and we were like, oh, now we see. Now we see. All right, I see a lot of 1s in here. Okay. All right, now let me play it without my commentary and you guys can see it for yourself with the audio. Here we go.
This campus. It was the money of black people that purchased this campus, brothers and sisters. And speaking of symbolism, speaking symbolically, brothers and sisters, let us also understand that in a very symbolic way, if Wilmington, Delaware was the last stop in
Yeah, I know. And I was wondering to myself, why in the world didn't the video editor edit this out? No, he did. I'm telling you guys, 2020 and 2021 were very difficult years for Umar. And again, that's because, like we were saying yesterday, he got into the ring with FDMG, these vandals up there in Wilmington, Delaware in 2019. One of the worst decisions he could have made. So by the time you get to 2020, because he gets a massive influx in 2019, he gets a massive influx of money because people got excited again. But what does he do with that money? He doesn't start renovations. He doesn't start renovations for like a year and a half later. So what was he doing? He wasn't doing anything up there, but the money was coming in crazy. So like I've been telling people for many, many years, people think that by sending him money, they're empowering him. No, what you're doing is you've been enabling him, and you enable him to self-destruct. That's what he was doing by the time we get into 2020 and 2021, those 2 years. You can go back and look at the videos. The forensics are all there. See, think about it. Why did Umar get evicted in 2019? He had already purchased these trap banners for 430 something thousand, whatever it was. He had already purchased the trap bandos. He gets a massive infusion of cash that comes through because people got excited because they thought that since he had acquired these abandoned buildings that he was going to open up these schools finally, because people had been waiting for over a decade. Remember, 2010, almost a decade from 2010. January 2010. He said the school was going to open September of 2013. So 2010, people were waiting. So you get to 2019, February 2019, 9 years later, people were waiting for a long time. So that money started pouring in. Well, if the money pours in and Umar has plenty of money on hand and he's not doing anything at these trap bandos. Remember, he would do tours in the dark, but he wasn't doing anything up there. At a certain point, he had a cleanup day. I remember that. And then at a certain point, he starts painting. But I'm talking about big time things that are going to cost significant amounts of money dealing with renovations. He didn't start renovating for a year and a half. Well, where all that money go? Well, like I said, 2019, that was show and prove time. Umar wasn't prepared for that because he had to show and prove something, but he didn't have a plan of action to hit the ground running February of 2019. But the money was there coming in like crazy. And the pressure of all that, getting into the ring with FDMG, and he got knocked out. And the stress associated with that and the pressure, it got overwhelming. And so money that should have gone towards renovations and so forth, the school project, went to Umar. And he didn't use it for his benefit. He used it to his detriment, if this makes sense to people, because he self-destructs. His donors enabled him. And that's why you see this video in 2021. You can also look at 2022. And you will see it very clearly. Very rough years for Umar. FDMG fools donated my gain. Fools donated my gain. All right. Everybody always coming up with FDMG. All right. Thanks, Xavier. TJ says Umar saw that Ready Rock and couldn't focus. Hey, you know, there's other examples I can provide because I provided plenty over the years. But that's when I saw it, I said, "Oh man!" Thanks, TJ. A slow man building a slow school for slow. A lady, don't do that. Don't do that. Oh my God. All right. Thank you for the super chat. And same thing to TJ and Xavier. Jam says something in quick. What's up, man? Says, I'm late and opened and de-opened up YouTube to Lenon taking a break. You opened it up and I was taking a break. He was probably like, what is going on? No, I had to step away because sometimes it's too much. There's no way that I could watch these without you guys. I kid you not. Even when I do my research, it's hard. I got to put it on 2x speed. It saves time, but also I just can't sit through it. You know, but we get together, we have a good time. You know, it takes forever, but it's about the camaraderie, and I feel good when I'm with you guys. So, you know, you came in was like, why is this guy sitting back there? What is going on? Yeah, I had to take a break. Okay. Thanks, Jam. Shout out to everyone in Cookie Crush chat. All right, let's finish this up if you guys don't mind. Here we go.
The suicide rate for Black girls went through the roof during COVID schooling because the home is so
I'm sorry.
they get molested, abused. Long. schools.
That's what I was finna
And if
ask.
you go back to COVID, Loon, you should remember this. When our kids were forced to be at home and learn, it was a disaster, bro. Do you not remember that?
Oh, man.
Did you see the teachers? They say, yeah, he's online, but he got a separate screen watching porn while the class. Do you feel me?
And you
It was
really
a disaster.
are trying to affect our boys in a positive way.
Now, did you see the suicide rate for black girls went through the roof during COVID schooling?
Why would he say something like that? I don't get it. Why would he say something like that? Out of all things.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
I'm living for the future. I'm not living for you.
Do you understand?
And there's no proof that online schools
That's
are
what
better.
I was finna
And if
ask.
you go back to COVID, Loon, you should remember this. When our kids were forced to be at home and learn, it was a disaster, bro. Do you not remember that?
Oh, man.
Did you see the teachers? They say, yeah, he's online, but he got a separate screen watching porn while the
Why would you say so?
Do you feel me?
And you
It was
really
a disaster.
are trying to affect our boys in a positive way.
Now, did you see the suicide rate for black girls went through the roof during COVID schooling? Because the home is so toxic. That's where they get molested, abused. Loon.
Why does he think like that? The home is so toxic? I mean, two things. Number one, he don't have a home. Number two, and he didn't have a home back then either. And then number two, he's a deadbeat. He don't take care of his kids. He's not a protective force in his children's lives. And we're supposed to be there to protect our children. My daughter is like, yeah, Dad, I want to go do this with my friends and blah, blah, blah. I said, okay, well, what adults are going to be there? Well, it's just going to be us. And you know, and I said, well, listen, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it with your mama. We got to figure out, because there has to be an adult there. But why? I said, well, listen, we'll talk about it, but my job is to keep you safe. And she looks at me and smiles. Okay, that's my job. And we'll figure out the rest. Okay, but my job is to keep you safe. Umar doesn't know anything about that. That's why he goes to these extremes, talking really reckless. And some of it is, I don't see why he would be talking like that. But he ain't raised no kids. Yeah, you're right. FDMG is the disaster and toxic, literally. Thank you. Y'all remember them cameras back in the day? You got to put paper in them. y'all talking about a Polaroid? Was it Polaroid? Yeah, Polaroid. Polaroid. That's what they were called. I remember them days, boy. All right.
Look,
You really are trying to affect our boys in a positive way.
Now, did you see the suicide rate for black girls went through the roof during COVID schooling?
Yeah, if you remember Polaroids, hit the one. Polaroid. I was trying to say it. You know, y'all know I can't talk. Yeah, y'all remember Polaroid, hit the one.
Because the home is so toxic. That's where they get molested, abused. Look, online? Are you after COVID? You got black people still talking about an online school? They not serious.
That's a great fucking point.
Most of our kids out.
My children did fine with the online thing. You know, they did perfectly fine. I don't know what he's talking about. And truth be told, back in the day, if they had online school, I did online school as long as I was still able to, do music and stuff, because I was in different bands at school and stuff. Dude.
Are raised by single moms who got to work.
Some of the younger people are like, what do you mean? They have online back. Listen, we didn't have internet back then. What do you? Listen, if you were around back then and you didn't have internet, hit the 2. These young people, they don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, there was no internets back in it when I was a kid. All right, there was no cell phones, none of that. All right, let's keep going. Here we go.
So many jobs.
Look at all the twos in here. What's up? What's up, Elliot? Jelliot? I thought I saw what's up, Afrocentric woman? I thought I saw what. There he is. What's up, D? That is all. Hope you're doing all right, man. Yeah, it makes me happy when I see people I ain't seen in a while. because I'm not always in this chat room and stuff, but it warms my heart. Love y'all. Okay, let yeah. There wasn't no cell phones, none of that. My kids did great online, didn't matter. You have to be an active parent, and yeah, you're absolutely right about that. You're absolutely right. But Umar, you don't know nothing about that. Oh, you had dial-up when it, yeah. When we finally had internet, yeah, I had dial-up too. I remember I had AOL. It used to make that sound to get connected. There was no streaming. Yep, Netscape. Yep, it was Netscape. Yep. I remember all of that. Yeah. Okay, let's go.
They can't be home to properly supervise them. What about the obesity in black kids, Loon? They not moving. What you want an online school for? You lazy slop. You know what bothers me about?
What are you talking about, you lazy sloppy? This guy. Yeah, they had big back TVs. Umar still got one. It's in the gym now, but it was in his apartment before he got evicted. Yeah, I remember this too. The AOL would send CDs in the mail. Yeah, I remember that. That's where you install the software to get on. Yeah, I totally remember that. Yep. He said you was a younger, so you were the channel. Yeah, back then we didn't have remote controls for the TVs either. Yep, you're absolutely right about that. Yeah, AOL. Yep. Yeah, you're right, D. Will. Back in the day, it sounded like the Matrix, and you would get on the internet. You got mail. Yep. Earthlink. I remember that too. ICQ chat. Edward said every scenario has to be so extreme with this guy. Yeah, he's an extremist. His imagination goes to these extremes. It always does. Didn't have a computer until like 13 or 14. Okay, yeah, there was a guy. There was a white guy. He was a friend of mine. His name was Ted. I think we were probably at that time. I was probably in the, I want to say maybe 9th grade. He actually had a computer. He did. It was like an Apple with a disc, right? Yeah, it might have been. Yeah, I think I was probably in 9th grade at that time. But he was from cow country. It's like in the Midwest, something, Missouri or something like that. And he had moved, and he said, "Yeah, I have a computer." I was like, "Well, because I used to, video games like Atari and stuff, and then Nintendo came out, but he had an actual computer, and we used to go up there, and me and my brother used to go up there and play video. Well, mainly me. I would go play his video games, and it would load up and all. It was back in the day. Okay, let's get going here.
When it's time to go to the club, we want the best. When it's time to get a new car, we want the best. When it's time to buy a house, we want the best. When it's time to party, a vacation, we want the best. But when it's time to educate our kids, we will accept the bare minimum. Look at that, an online school.
Look who's talking. He's not even an active participant in his children's lives.
So your fat, lazy ass kid can just sit there and do, you feel me?
Man. The way he talks, it's abusive. The way he talks about black people, the way he talks about black children. And he has a history of talking like this about black children. You don't have a reading disorder, you have a lazy disorder because you're lazy. Talking about the kids. And then now what did he say, fat? He didn't say that, did he? Hold on a second. He's talking about black children.
Best. When it's time to buy a house, we want the best. When it's time to party, a vacation, we want the best. But when it's time to educate our kids, we will accept the bare minimum. Look at that, an online school. So your fat, lazy ass kid can just sit there.
Oh my God, he did say that. That's horrible. Why would you say that about a child? Yeah, that's y'all's principle. Just horrible. Xavier says FDMG forever defaming market. I ain't heard that one yet. FDMG forever defaming Marcus Garvey. Okay. I've heard a lot of them. Sometimes people say them there because one of the main ones is probably the main one is Family the Money Gone. I've seen that one literally hundreds of times, but I ain't never seen this one. Forever defaming Marcus Garvey. All right. Thanks, Xavier. What's up, Pierre? Says Umar Philly beard looked like dope spike. All right. Okay. Thank you, Pierre. Man. Kadar says he should never mention obesity. Him cracking his back with his belly out in the red shirt. I remember that. I remember that. I do. That's that he had on this red shirt. I think he was in Japan, Kadar, if memory serves, either Japan or China. He was over there. And he was doing this video. He had on this tight red shirt on. And he proceeded to lean back. Let me stop. Anyway, thank you. If y'all remember that one, hit the one. All right. Thanks, Kadar. And then Perfect Pitch says, and when it comes to doing some toot, he wants he wants the best. And the toot. We not selling for nothing less, family. Y'all wow. All right. Thanks, Perfect Pitch. Okay, all right. Let's we got to finish up here. Miss Honey says he talked like that about kids and people still donate. Yeah, and people still donate. Yeah, it's interesting because the idea of these donations are supposed to go to open up a school for Black children, and yet look at how he talks about Black children. We can also speculate. Let's say that Umar, or hypothesize. Let's say Umar opens up the school. If he's talking about Black children online like this, I remember in the first documentary I did on Umar where he was talking about some of them going to sleep for good. That's how he was talking. That's y'all's principle. If he talks about children or even young people for that matter, in that manner online, how would y'all think he would be talking to them in private at these trap bandos that he claims is going to be a school someday? See, that's troubling. I'm a firm believer that how people behave online, if they act up online and misbehave, it's a fraction of how they misbehave in the real world. I'm a firm believer in that. Now, there's some people who get online and they cool, but people who get online and like Umar and how he behaves and how he acts, how he talks, rants and rages and stuff. If he's behaving like that online for the world to see, how do y'all think he's going to behave? He's behaving in the real world every day. Well, the same thing applies to this. If he talks about Black children in this way and in these ways for the public to hear, how do y'all think he's going to be talking to these kids in private, hypothetically speaking, when FDMG opens in 2087? Very troubling. And yet, it's unfortunate, Miss Honey, people still donate. He ain't getting the type of money he used to, but people still donate. Yeah, thanks, Miss Honey. What's up, Brandon? Says, I know that Hotep Snorlax ain't calling anyone else. The hypocrisy. Why you say Snorlax? Is it because I thought that wasn't that the what you call it? Oh no, that's something else. Because I was thinking about that creature in Star Wars that is it Boba Fett? Boba Fett falls in? Yeah, I think it's Boba Fett falls in. You know what I'm talking about? The Sarlacc. That's what I was thinking of. The Sarlacc pit. Yeah, that was Boba Fett. That was episode 6. That's what when I first read that, I said, oh, he talked about a Sarlacc. But no, you're talking about a Snorlax. That's another, it's a cartoon thing. Because I just looked it up. Is it a Pokemon? Yeah, it's a Pokemon. Okay. I could never get into Pokemons back in the day because it was too confusing, right? I could never get into it, but there was a lot of people who could collect them back in the day. Yep. Thanks, Brandon. Let's see. The Afrocentric woman says, can we please make a list of negative things he said about the children? This guy's diabolical. Yeah, we can do that. Let's do that now. What we'll do, let's take about maybe 3 minutes to do that. Everyone in the chat room, and then we'll wind the show down. Okay. We're doing good on time. I was just trying to get all this done in 2 hours. So we still got to get back tomorrow to do the main event. So things that Umar Johnson has said, negative things he's rotten cookies. Some of you guys may not know about that one. He was talking about the little girl's private parts. Also, some of them going to sleep for good. Lazy. Here he says fat. I mean, that's horrible for him to say. I'm trying to think in terms of his lectures when he's when he talks to parents about the kids. Yeah, that's another one. I forgot about that one, but you're right. Yeah, he was talking about their dirty underwear. I totally forgot about that. He sure did. Just horrible. Yeah, rotten cookies. Yeah, you remember that one. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he has done that. He's caught the little girls fast. Yeah, that's right. You're absolutely right about that. I can pull that one up. And that they'll twerk inside of the hotel rooms if he took them on these on these college tours. He said he didn't want to take them on the college tours because they were fast, and he didn't want to deal with that type of energy. I'm paraphrasing, and that they would be in the hotel rooms twerking, stuff like that. Just horrible. Oh, you was into Pokemon back in the day? Yeah, I never got into Pokemon because it was just too confusing. I was a little older too by that time anyway. Yeah. But Pokemon was huge back in the day. The way Umar Johnson speaks of kids online is bad, but could you imagine him targeting a boy at school because his mother turned him down? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of implications here. Yeah, there's a lot. There really is. Ain't no telling, because we can look at the Super Soaker Pajama Mama rant, and you can see a lot of that in that one. If I put that up and played it, it actually correlates to what you're saying right here. Yeah, if he talks like this online, you best believe offline that it's a lot worse, and it's more consistent. That's something I've learned about being online. Yeah. Thank you for being a member for 4 months. Yeah, he called little girls fast. Some of them going to sleep for good. Rotten cookies, lazy. He says that a lot. He says that about black parents too a lot, especially the early days. Talked about little boys being thugs. Yep. Dirty. Children having dirty underwear, which was highly inappropriate. Yeah, that's another one. He mentioned they watch. I mean, that porn. I don't even see why he would even say something like this. Ridiculous. Yeah, you're right. Everything he said about his daughter, but most of what he, I guess we could probably. It could be argued everything, huh? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Dirty drawers on. Called them piglets, but with the N in place of the P. He did. I think I had that in the first documentary. Instead of piglets, he put an N at the beginning, talking about black children. So you never supported your oldest went to a PWI and was excited about it. Okay. 2020, he was supposed to speak, but board didn't approve. Okay. Yeah. He got shut down a lot with the with colleges at a certain point. The thing is, there are people who so you bought the book, but you never support. I think that's what you're saying. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, but there's people online. There's a lot of people. I've seen so many people over the years. They said they ordered a book and they never received it. But Umar, he doesn't handle business. It's unfortunate. I was thinking about getting one or getting his 2 books for the documentary, but I don't even want to waste the money on it. Yeah. I know someone sent me it was like a photocopied version, if you will, in like PDF format, but I mean, I didn't even read through it. This was many, many years ago. I was like, whatever. Anyway, thanks, Miranda, for the super chat. Yeah, no daddy syndrome. He called his own daughter the Smurf. Yep. Yeah, that's another one. He said he went to cuddle with the boys by the fireside. Yep. Just horrible. Yeah, baby Smurf. Mm-hmm. Yep. That she didn't want to take direction to do homework. Can't remember if he said she was lazy. He said something. I can't remember. Yeah, he did say that. He sure did. Oh, absolutely not. I wouldn't even trust Umar with my dog. I sure wouldn't. There's no way. Yeah. Yeah, he did. He called the cops on the kids that time. They were playing in front of the bandos. They were inside too, by the way. Yeah, he did. Yep, called his own daughter. Yeah, evil vegan, their baby mama, but we're specifically talking about. Yeah, he said rotten cookies. I mentioned that one. That was horrible. I remember we were trying to figure that one out. I said, what is he saying? Huh? Yeah, boy. Yeah, he did, Joshua. He sure did. Just being perverted. Same thing. He was on the airplane with the flight attendant or the stewardess. He did that to her too. Yeah, he villainized girls who were assaulted. I have those videos too. One in particular. Yeah, because he has this shirt on and he has a boxing glove on, and the picture of himself with a boxing glove on the shirt. Yeah, it's horrible. Yeah, he said he's going to pull the nails out from the woman, the single mother. I'm assuming a single mother, but the mother who had a son, or I think a son. She got diagnosed. He was like, "Can I pull your fingernails out?" I mean, yeah, thoughtless personalities. That's another one. Yeah, we can go on and on with this. Yeah, we'll be here for an hour. Oh yeah, when he stated, I forgot about that. When Umar said that he can't wait to have the sleepover with the boys. This was in 2019, so that he could turn the lights off and play Capture the Flag. Yep, I forgot about that one. That's in the first documentary. Can you please play the clip of him yelling at the puppy? That was traumatizing to them kids. Yeah. I don't remember. That was in 2020. I'll try to see if I can find it, the FUPA. I may not be able to, but that was in 2025. What I'll do is when we plan this, I'll see if I can find that. Because I can't remember. I can't even remember what part of the year that was. But yeah, that was horrible. Now, let me see if it comes up. Okay, here it is right here. It's not, I have it pulled up right here, but what I'm gonna do is I gotta find it in my videos. Okay, yeah, I'll be able to find it. Just give me a couple of minutes. Thanks, Fupa Trooper. All right, basically diagnose most black boys as, yeah. All right. Okay, we can go on and on. This can go on forever. So thank you. Who was that? Yeah, this was from Afrocentric Woman. Yeah. So thank you for that super chat. So check your email, bro. People, what I stroke out, I'll check it in just a moment. The Lucy Goosey video, that's another one. Yeah, absolutely. That's another one. Yeah. Okay, and thank you for the super chat, Kadar. Thanks again, the Fupa Trooper. I'll pull that video up in just a moment. And then Miranda, I got yours too. Thank you so much. And then Fupa Trooper says, can you please play the clip of him yelling at the, okay, yeah, I got that one. All right. Okay, so let's go back to this video, and then I'm gonna go try to find it. So then we're gonna wind this down. Here we go.
And you feel me? Come on, man.
I'm with you. Let me ask you this.
You know how much you can do with a real school compared to online? The only reason why online schools are popular is because they cater to lazy kids.
Wow.
And they cater to people who want to keep as much overhead as possible.
That's what it really is.
You ain't got no school buses, no school lunch, no class.
Nothing. Yeah. Just take the money.
Yeah, but Umar, you don't have any of that either.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah.
Come on.
And that's what I was about to say. If you were really money hungry, like
I would have did online.
That's what I'm saying.
You know how many people
you would be global.
No. If Umar had gone online, he wouldn't need millions of dollars. He's collected millions of dollars. He wouldn't need all that. Okay, and I'm talking about if he just put together an online academy. It doesn't necessarily have to be an actual school, because listen, what's the difference? What he's proposing now is an unaccredited. It's not going to be accredited anyway with the brick and mortar. So why not do online where it's not accredited? And it's just an online academy, if you will. And you put content up there. You have people submit content, and people pay a monthly subscription, and then children can get, instruction and all that stuff online. It wouldn't cost millions of dollars to do that, but he's raised millions of dollars. And what does he have to show for it? Not one black child been educated, and these trap banners are still sitting up there looking like trash in 2026. You've been sitting on it for 7 years. So that doesn't even make any sense, Umar, what you're saying. One more time.
Online schools are popular is because they cater to lazy kids. And they cater to people who want to keep as much overhead as possible.
That's what it really is.
You ain't got no school buses, no school lunch, no class.
Nothing. Yeah. Just take the money.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah.
Come on.
And that's what I was about to say. If you were really money hungry, like
I would have did online.
That's what I'm saying.
You know how many people
you would be global right now.
You know how many people approach me saying you need to do this and I can help you, bro? Just your name? I'm like, y'all don't get it. That ain't the way we fix this. That ain't the way we fix this. oh, I see them on the computer. No, they got to be in my face. They need to feel me. Drop and give me 20 right now. You feel me? I tell people like, hi, are you?
That's Corporal, and this was part of the programming that he received when he was shipped off to the military academy. Right?
You sure you're gonna be able to get enough kids to come to the school? First of all, we starting small. Second of all, are you kidding? Once your son come to that school one day, if you try to take him out, he ain't gonna leave. You feel me? Once he get a taste of
yeah, this is what you call fantastic thinking. He's delusional.
what we doing in there, he ain't leaving.
I'm glad with everything being said about you and all of the detractors, it doesn't put your fire out.
No.
That's one of the most important things.
Sir.
Like even when Young Thug, I was around him when a lot of stuff was going on online, and I was, I personally know these people. Yeah. So it's like, I like to see that their fire don't die, even when the controversy high, even when it's, I'm behind schedule, I'm running behind.
And you know why, Loon? Because I got too many elders who are counting on me to give them a victory before they leave here, bro.
Okay, what are you talking about? This project is not for the elders. It's supposed to be for the children. What are you talking about, Umar? He talk about anything now.
Oh,
yes.
I had an elder. This past week, I heard from 3 elders, bro.
He always got to be this last, this past week he heard for 3. Yeah, every time.
Never knew before, right? One brother called, he said, yo, Dr. Umar, I'm sitting here with my mom watching you. She 82. Put her on the phone. Dr. Umar, don't you stop. You keep doing, don't you you feel me? I had another elder. She was.
There he go. He tripping.
Like in her 70s, I'm like, why these elders hit me up today? And I said, I know why. That's the ancestors sending them to say, listen, don't you get caught up in that online hype. You got old folks here who need a victory before they go. They've been donating to that school. They need to see it open. They need this.
Yeah, for sure. And you saying you're about finished. You're about.
Oh, we done.
You're done. You're waiting on inspection. Yes.
I haven't applied for it yet because we need to clean out the school. Now, you feel me? Now you got to
right. It got.
Wait a minute. What?
Put him on the phone. Dr. Umar, don't you stop. You keep doing, don't you you feel me? I had another elder. She was like in her 70s. I'm like, why these elders hit me up today? And I said, I know why. That's the ancestors sending them to say, listen, don't you get caught up in that online hype. You got old folks here who need a victory before they go. They've been donating to that school. They need to see it open. They need this.
Yeah, for sure. And you saying you're about finished. You're about.
Oh, we done.
You're done. You're waiting on inspection. Yes.
I haven't applied for it yet because we need to clean out the school. Now, you feel me? Now you got to
right. It got to speak in Spain when they come through.
Yeah, I want to clean. I'm donating to that school. They need to see it open. They need this.
Yeah, for sure. And you saying you're about finished. You're about.
Oh, we done.
You're done. You're waiting on inspection. Yes.
I haven't applied for it yet because we need to clean out the school. Now, you feel me? Now
I thought you said you already did that. This guy. I mean, when does it end?
Yes, right. It got to speak in Spain when they come through.
Yeah, I want to clean. I mean,
I would want to speak in Spain.
I'm not gonna wait for us to do the waxing. That could wait till after.
Yeah, not the waxing, but
you feel me?
I'm
but
just saying,
sweep it out real good, enough for them to walk and not fall over screwdrivers, and you know what I mean.
Why would screwdrivers be on the ground though? Yeah, someone said cleanup it takes months. I guess. Yes, Sequoia. Sequoia, I can't call this. I can't. This guy
left, you know what I mean? We just want to clean
now,
up.
If you had to speak to a black parent, what would you say that your school is designed to fix that public schools can't for black children?
Public school ain't designed to be honest with you, you should need no convincing from public school. But what are we going to give them? We're going to give black boys the self-love that a black boy should have. We're going to give them manhood, leadership training, knowledge of self, and the ability to go out into this world and do anything they want to do with themselves.
Man, this guy, he don't even believe it. Look at him. Umar don't believe what he's saying. I'll keep going.
But they ain't even gonna have to ask.
Right.
Because after 1 month, they'll see a transformation in a month that they ain't seen in years over there. You feel me? The proof gonna be in the pudding. The proof gonna be in the pudding.
And so much as I believe in you, and you know I believe, I rock with you, and we've been friends for years.
My hardest job is turning away parents when the class size max, because I don't want to overburden.
He says his hardest job, as if it's in the present. The schools are not opened. There are no schools. There's no faculty and staff. There's no one enrolled. What are you talking about? Y'all catch that? Hit the one. Boy, there's no way I could watch this without you guys here. I'm telling y'all right now.
You know I believe I rock with you, and we've been friends for years.
My hardest job is turning away parents when the class size max, because I don't want to overburden my teachers. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Can't have but so many. I'm looking at 20, 25.
What 2025? What kids?
Right? I don't want to go 30 like public school. You feel me? And I know once we max, that's when it's gonna hurt.
Right.
Dr. Umar, they trying to put him on. I can't.
What is he saying here? Does anyone? Is he saying 25 teachers? I don't think he's saying. I think he's saying 25 students, right? Is that your max? Is 25 students at $500 a month? He said, is he saying 20 kids? Let's do a poll. Goodness, boy, this guy. Let me close out this other poll. Were you surprised that Umar Johnson admitted to living off the FDMG donation money? Got 1,389 votes. 33% said yes, 67% said no. Thank you for everyone. Thanks to everyone who voted. Okay. We have an outside chance to get 600 likes. Okay, we're at 533. If you're enjoying the video, make sure you hit that like button. Okay, let's try to see if we can run that up. Okay, is Umar Johnson saying 20 to 25 teachers or 20 to 25 students? So get your vote in, everybody. Yeah, someone said per class. Maybe that's what he means, per class, for one teacher. Okay, so students. Okay, votes are coming in. Or it's 100% students. So maybe that's what he's saying. He's saying students. Okay, so let's go back. Yeah, student-teacher ratio. Okay, maybe that's what he's meaning. Okay, let's go back and listen, because he may explain it. It's just I was confusing to me. Here we go.
Size max, because I don't want to overburden my teen and years over there. You feel me? The proof gonna be in the pudding. The proof gonna be in the pudding.
And so much as I believe in you, and you know I believe, I rock with you, and we've been friends for years.
My hardest job is turning away parents when the class size max, because I don't want to overburden my teachers. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he is saying teachers, the overburdened teachers. Yeah, there has to be students then. 20 to 20. He wants to have 20 to 25 students in each classroom.
Can't have but so many. I'm looking at 20, 25.
Look at his face.
Right? I don't want to go 30 like public school. You feel me? And I know once we max, that's when it's going to hurt.
Right.
Dr. Umar, they trying to put him on. I can't. You feel me? And then that's when I got to tell them, you see that school across the street, the Frederick Douglass building? We need money to get it right. Once we get that up, you feel me? That's what I got to tell them. Move to the next one.
That's
going to be the hardest part of the job.
Right. Do you ever look at it and say, because your heart is in the right place, your mission is in the right place, do you ever feel like you under-engineered this?
What you mean?
You just didn't think it all the way through.
No,
with some of the well, you do have certain things that's taking place, like the note on the door or little things.
That.
Well,
I don't control getting debanked. I don't control them.
No. See, again, he doesn't want to hold himself accountable. The reason why he got the munition was because he wasn't paying bills. It was his responsibility to pay the bills.
Not returning my calls and emails, deliberately ignoring me. I don't control that.
Well,
that's not true either. I provided proof of that yesterday.
There's also a side of it to where if they are ignoring you and you know that conversation has been had, that you take the initiative to know, I have buildings over there. Y'all reached out at some point and now y'all are ignoring me. Of course, you shouldn't have to. They should reach out to you.
They still ignore it.
What?
Yeah. What? I'm hoping we over that now.
Yeah.
But it's at a point now, because they made it kind of clear that they don't want me there with their behavior. It's at a point where, and I hope it don't go there, where I'm going to have to call all my supporters from around the world
ask you that.
and march on the city. I hope it don't go there. But
yeah, see, he's been talking about this for about 2 years.
If they don't stop, I'm going to have to go there. I haven't met with the mayor yet, though, so maybe I need to go there first if this keeps up. I need to talk to him personally, because if he don't intervene, then we go to the streets. I can at least tell the media I went to the top guy.
Intervene for what? Nothing's happened. See, these are the lies that he already has queued up, so that when he doesn't pass for the certificate of occupancy, he can pull upon this.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. I've only communicated with the mayor's chief of staff, and he was no help at all. You know what I mean? He didn't give me no answer as to why I was being ignored, any of that. So he was
That's craziness.
Right? And he's black.
Yeah.
Right? And then the person under him lied and communicated with one of the struggle streamers and said that the city has been in constant contact with me. That was a complete lie. And I got with the chief of staff. I said, you need to talk to him.
No, he's lying about that, because I contacted the chief of staff after that brother had gotten that information, and I emailed him. I should say I emailed him, and he responded back and confirmed everything and repost. I read it yesterday or the day before yesterday. Umar's lying. The representative, he validated everything. He confirmed everything with me.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, Umar's actually making this up on the spot.
And then the person under him lied and communicated with one of the struggle streamers and said that the city has been in constant contact with me. That was a complete lie. And I got with the chief of staff. I said, you need to talk to him. Not only is he talking to haters on YouTube, which I don't think is professional, he putting out misinformation. If it's one thing that they do that I don't like, aside from trying to sell the school, like if you say, what's the on? They share too much of our information with people who ain't got no business knowing. You feel me? And that's something I'm gonna have to look into with an attorney too as well, because I was told they're not supposed to do that. Like,
so now he's gonna sue the city too?
People should not be able to call a city and just get any information about you and your school that they want. You feel me? It's very, when they know you're the only one who interfaces with the city. Y'all know that. So why are you just talking to random people? I know some of that is hate.
Yeah.
Right? But legally, I got to look into that, because I got a couple free with my information.
Right. I got a couple different questions. With you going through that with the city, do you really feel in your heart that you can mobilize black people in that way to march on the city? And I don't mean a couple hundred. I mean, like,
I think so. There's no way to know except to do it. But I think we can, especially if they know the school done, which it is, and they playing around with this permit, because this next thing is really going to decide, you feel me? Are they going to give us are they going to play a million games? I mean, I'm going to work with them a little bit, but once I get to the...
Yeah, see, Umar, he's saying he's going to work with them a little bit as if he has the power and he has the authority, but that's not how this works. See, on one hand, he's trying to pretend as if he has the power, he has authority over the city, but then on the other hand, he's already told people that, and he's foreshadowed that they're not going to give him the certificate of occupancy. So they have the power. It's fascinating what he's doing here.
Point, I'm like, you know what? They don't intend to give us the permit. They're just going to dog walk us the whole time. I'll probably consult with an attorney first. Definitely got to meet with the lawyer, excuse me, the mayor. And then after that, we probably got to get a permit to march on the city, get the media involved, you know, and go, and then we might got to sue them.
Yeah.
Because we've definitely been discriminated against. So
yeah, see, he said this on the Breakfast Club a couple of years ago.
Already.
Yeah. What they did with trying to sell the school, that was low. So we've been discriminated against already. So it may be trying to...
If they would have sold the school behind your back, say you were in Africa, and of course we're in hypothetical land. If they would have sucked all the air out of you?
Nah.
Still got fire burning. They took the school, I'm still...
When they sabotaged Marcus Garvey's Black Star Line, Steamship Corporation, which was incorporated in Delaware, he started the Black Cross Navigation. You got to keep going.
Damn.
You can't put a price or a timeline on people's hope. You follow what I'm saying?
Yes.
You can't put a price and timeline on it. When the white people was attacking Garvey, black woman stood up and she said, why are you worried about our money? We giving this money to Marcus Garvey to build it. It ain't yours.
Right.
They say he ain't getting nothing from the government. Mind your business. If we want to give Garvey the money and he failed, then we decide if it's an issue.
Yes.
Y'all don't care about us. Why y'all worrying about if it's...
We just got to do with anything. Who might want to be Marcus Garvey so bad?
It's an issue or not.
Right.
Same thing I say to my haters.
Yeah, it's like, and again, I'm glad I pointed that out so they can, because they stand on the fact that On October the 20-something, 2024, Dr. Umar said that he didn't get up. It's like, bro, the date is wrong, respectfully. Because when you pull it from YouTube videos, bro.
Yeah, but I've already corrected that particular issue. And I gave examples yesterday or the day before yesterday, I can't remember which one, wherein Umar Johnson stated back in 2016 that he would be at $1 million at the beginning of 2017. Or was it 2015? He said he would be at $1 million at the beginning of 2016. So it doesn't matter, Big Loon. The point is that if Umar did that video in 2024, or if he did it in 2023, or if he did it in 2022, or if he did it in 2021, or if he did it in 2022, it still doesn't matter. Where he tells you that he hadn't raised $1 million. If he said it in 2019, it doesn't matter. If he said it in 2018, it doesn't matter. If he says it in 2017, it doesn't matter. Umar has raised over $1 million. He had raised over $1 million. He stated himself way before you interviewed him, where he told you that he hadn't raised $1 million. So respectfully, sir, that's why you got to do the research. And I can pull it up right now and play it again, but for time's sake, we're going to keep it moving because we took time to talk about that. It was either yesterday or the day before yesterday. Let's go.
There's a level of information in the backdrop that doesn't show on the upload when it really was shot versus when it was uploaded. You know, there's things happening that they're not accounting for, man. It's like,
I never paid much attention to them. The people who gonna be for you, and the ones who not. If you would have told me 12 years ago when almost 12 years ago when we took our first donation in St. Louis, April 12, 2014, if you would have said, did you?
Again, according to Umar, he took his first donation in the form of land in 2012, December of 2012.
Think that your own people will sabotage your GoFundMe for the school, sabotage your CashApp for the school, sabotage your bank accounts for the school, slander you, vandalize the school. I had people call the utility company and try to get the utilities turned. You follow what I'm saying? This is why I don't answer the questions, Loon, because the questions are disingenuous. You know why? You don't ask the people sabotaging us why they sabotaging us, but you want to ask me why the school ain't open yet. That's disingenuous. Why am I asking Loon why your podcast ain't up when I know he's sabotaging Loon?
Okay, real quick, has Umar ever given any, well, that's another poll question. Has Umar ever given any evidence about who it is that's sabotaging him? And even more importantly, has Umar ever given any proof of who it is that's sabotaging him, or who the people are, or whatever? Has he ever done that? Yeah, Green, this could be true. Loon really on your side, and he's setting Umar up to lie on himself. This is possible. This is possible. But again, the way that I look at it is that you have to, well, you don't have to be, but when you're dealing with someone like Umar, you have to be direct, because he will skate around it. You can even try to set him up with a question, and when you ask the question, he deflects from that question. You could be right about this. Loon could, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all what I think. I think Loon knows that Umar Johnson's a scammer. He knows that. I think Loon knows that Umar Johnson is not going to open up a legitimate school for sure, because Umar already stated a accredited school, fully functional accredited school. I think Loon knows that Umar Johnson has mismanaged money. I think Loon knows that Umar Johnson has raised over $1 million. I've already proven it myself. But when you're dealing with someone like Umar, you have to be direct. And again, I guess you can play a certain role in order to keep Umar on and keep him coming back. I get that too. But at some point, you just got to be direct. But you may be right. Okay? Thank you for saying that. Thanks, Greentown. Again, I'm not here to criticize Big Loon. I just want to be clear that and based upon research, Umar Johnson stated that he would have $1 million. I believe he stated at the beginning of 2016 that he would have $1 million. I also have him stating that by the summer of 2017 that he would be at $1 million. Okay, we're in 2026. It's almost 9 years ago. Let's just give Umar grace. 8 years ago. If Umar is saying that he raised $1 million 8 years ago, it does, and that was in 2017. It doesn't matter when this interview with Big Loon took place, because this interview took place after 2017. It took place after 2016. That's the point I'm making. But you could be right. You could be absolutely right. Thank you for saying that. And thank you for the super chat as well. I did find the video of Umar going off on that poor little puppy. So we'll get to that to close out this live stream. And we're actually doing good on time. I'm trying to get this done in 2 hours. Let me real quick. A lady says he has 3 elder cookies to. This is from her. This is from her. You talk about the elders. Umar meant to say he had 3 elder cookies to smash. Okay. Thank you, lady. Kadar says he has no school buses or school lunch, no online school, no website, no school phone number, no mentorship, no bus, no helipad, no African tour, etc. Yeah, he has nothing except abandoned buildings, but he's had these abandoned buildings for over 7 years. Sometimes I really don't get it. I don't see how Umar can get on there and act like the school, like he's actually running a school. He doesn't have any of this stuff. You have bus drivers? Anyway, because I can go off on this for a month. Thank you, Kadar. I'm not going to read that. Okay, I ain't going to read that. Somebody in here tripping. I told you I saw him in an elder hauling trash from the building, nip bottles, broken Heineken bottles, Debbie wrappers, Debbie wrappers. Really, are you joking about the Debbie wrappers? Debbie wrappers, etc., still on the ground. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. But you did say that. I think it was last week. It might have been this week. I think you said that last week. Yeah, who knows? Because Umar, he hasn't updated. He hasn't done a video up there at these trap banners. It's been about a month, right? I think it's been about a month. Let me check right quick. Oh, actually, you know what? Before I do that, let me make sure I stay on task here because I got this video. Yeah, because someone that had requested this. So I want to make sure that I have it ready to go. And then let me also put it in this other folder so I can find it again. I had it downloaded, but when I downloaded, for some reason, the audio wasn't present. But this one should have the audio. Let me make sure. No, it's still not. It's not recording the audio still for some reason. Yeah, I can't use that one either. Yeah, I wonder why that is the case. I'll figure that out. If I need to, I can. If I'm unable to get it going, what I'll do is tomorrow I'll have this queued up. Yeah. For some reason, it's still downloading it with the audio, but I have other means of getting a copy of it. So we're going to table that. The person who asked for that, we'll table that for tomorrow. Okay, but I will have that. If someone remind me just in case tomorrow, but I'll also have a note here. Puppy video with audio, because for some reason it's not recording the audio file for that. Okay. What was I going to do? Oh, I forgot something else I was going to do, but I forgot about it. Oh, no, what I was going to do, let me just real quick, let me go. I want to see when was the last time Umar was up there. Let me go into the 2026 folder. And it looks like it was on February. Was it February? No. Yeah, February 14th. No, that was someone who went to go do a tour up there. Yeah, it was before that. It looks like it was February 3rd. Is that right? Man, this guy, he ain't been up there in like a month, 5 weeks, something like. No, that can't be right. Here, this is the most recent one, was from the 14th. Yeah, I remember this. This was on the 14th. So it's been about 3 weeks. It'll be a month and 3 days. The last time Umar was up there, and he was outside. I don't think he went inside in this video. Let me see. Yeah, no, he was outside yelling. Does he go inside? No, he gets in his car. We covered this video. He was drinking and pouring libations with some soda in that video. Yeah, so it's been around. Anyway, thanks, Kadar. Okay, let me do these other ones real quick, and we got to wind this down. Tabitha says, didn't Umar ask us to pray for FDMG as he prepares for inspections, but he didn't apply yet now? Yeah, well, that's what it sounds like, that he hasn't applied for it. Again, I pulled up the screenshot from yesterday, I think it was. Yeah, I don't have it in here. Yeah, well, we can look at the one that I pulled up today. This is from today. For anyone who didn't see this, because this is one of the first things I showed during the live stream. Umar had posted this earlier today. Someone had allegedly sent them a message. We have about 1,100 people in the building. We can still get to 600. Okay, if you guys are enjoying the show, hit that like button. Someone allegedly sent Umar a message. Hey, Dr. Umar, how is your school going? You said it opened a few weeks ago. I am just curious about it. And then Umar states, good Garvey Day family, we plan to open the FDMG Academy to our students 365 days from the day we receive our certificate of occupancy. We plan to open, see, he doesn't say anything about that he has applied for it. We plan to open to the community with an entire calendar of grassroots events that begins with the grand opening celebration not long after receiving our final L&I building inspection and our final fire inspection. So this would actually be prior to him receiving the certificate of occupancy. I think what he's saying is that these particular inspections are part of the of getting the certificate of occupancy. Then he asks, have you donated? If not, you will not be allowed to enter the school. So he doesn't state here that he has already applied for the certificate of occupancy, and to the best of my knowledge, he hasn't stated that yet. So we can assume that he hasn't quite yet. And again, in this video that we're watching, he says that he needs to clean out. Again, this video is from February 18th, but the point is that Umar hasn't given any evidence that he's actually applied for it, right? Yeah. And I do have that. I pulled that other one where he says, pray for FDMG. That was February. Well, he's done it quite a few times. He did that February 11th. And he also did that March 4th, which was last week. I have the receipt right here. In fact, here, let me just pull it up. March, yeah, here it is. Yeah, this is what he posted a week ago. We covered this. Yeah, pray for FDMG in gray, and then at the bottom, as we prepare for inspection. So that he's preparing for it, not that he's put in for the certificate of occupancy, he's preparing for the actual inspection. Yeah, it is what it is. Thank you, Tabia. Their expressions when I say no is heartbreaking. Is that something Umar said? I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Thank you. Deuces says, narc note, he tells lies and confirm with yeah, he tells lies and then confirms with you feel me. He'll say you feel me or you see that. Or he'll say, no, that's the main one. You feel me? You see that? Yeah. Yep, that's the main one is you feel me. All right, that's his way of trying to get confirmation. Right? You feel me on that? And then he'd be lying, but he'll say it anyway because he wants to see whether or not the person is believing. A lot of stuff I can tell with Big Loon, he ain't believing what Umar's saying. I can tell by his expressions. Thanks, Deuces. Okay, and then I got this one too. Thank you, Greentown. Big Dave says, so the only black kids that matter are the ones near him physically. So much for saving our people. Best we can do is 25 in Delaware after 10 years. Well, here's the thing. Umar, what he's suggesting is that he's going to have 20 to 25 children in each classroom, but he doesn't say how many classrooms or how many teachers he's going to have. At this point, though, David, I mean, we're getting into the fantasy land that he's going to actually open up a school and there's going to be teachers and children enrolled. Again, the children are going to have to pay $500 a month. I remember years ago we calculated, we were trying to crunch some numbers. And any of you guys, if you're in numbers or your accounts or anything like that, maybe you can figure it out. But we were trying to figure out how many children would Umar have to have enrolled at FDMG at $500 a month, assuming that the school year is, let's say 10 months. We could say 9.5, but let's say 10 months. Assuming that the school year is 10 months. For operating costs, how many students would Umar Johnson need in order to cover operating costs? People could argue, yeah, but he would be getting donations as well. Okay. But there should be a bare minimum of students that would need to be enrolled to make it work financially or fiscally, because otherwise it's ridiculous. There's no way. If the operating budget for half other side of the street, if memory serves me correctly, for the Moyer Academy was, I can't remember what it was. Like, I keep thinking 4 million, but I keep thinking 3 million. I can pull it up, but I would have to find it. But what we would have to do is we would have to take whatever that figure is, cut that in half, because Umar's only dealing with one side of the street, and then adjust for inflation to see around how much it's going to cost, operating costs per year. And then, but then on top of that, all the stuff that Umar Johnson claims he's going to do. They're going to go on the trips to Africa. They're going to be over in Africa for a couple of months to, take the children over there, and he's going to be going to doing all these different dirt bike teams and all this other stuff. How much money operating costs is it going to take? And then whatever that number is, how many students is he going to need to have enrolled in order to make it fiscally possible, make it financially possible for this to actually work, in addition to donations? Again, I think Umar stated for 2024, yes, right here. For 2024, he only raised $84,506. For 2023, he states to the IRS that he raised $204,822. But that's more than any other year, going all the way back to 2020, based upon his IRS filings. So that's not enough. Even $204,000 a year. Let's say if he got $300,000 a year in donations, and let's say he had 5 teachers, and you're going to have to pay them, I don't know, $50,000, $60,000, at least $60,000 a year. Okay, that's $300K right there, if that makes sense. Did I say that right? Did I say 5 teachers? Anyway, it's just not, it's not feasible. It's not. Yeah, I should find that receipt on the Moyer Academy budget. Let me see if it populates. And if I find it, we can get into it tomorrow. We need to wind this down. No, it's not coming up. Look under Moyer Academy, because when I went through that information years ago, I mean, I was really shocked by what I found. Yeah, here's the application right here, but yeah, I even did research back in the day that the median salary for teachers. This is from a couple of years ago when I did this research. The median is $59,104. Based on HR reported data, a national average with a geographical differential, and this would be in Wilmington, Delaware. Yeah, I even did research on the mediums in terms of how much money household incomes within 1 mile of these trap bandos. Yeah, I'm trying to see where the figure is at. Medium household income, 1 mile, $38,741. 3 mile radius, $56,172. And 5 mile radius, $64,902. And this was a couple of years ago, but the point is that this is for a household. So if you're going to be paying $500, it just doesn't make sense. Makes no sense whatsoever. Anyway, I apologize, Big Dave. I got blown off. So the only Black kids that matter are the ones near him physically. So much for saving our people. Best we can do is 25 in Delaware after 10 years. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Big Dave. FDMG Treasurer says, as someone who has ADHD, Umar has it bad. It explains his messy relationships and failure at life. It doesn't excuse him stealing from our people. Yeah, I agree. It doesn't excuse him doing what he's doing. And the thing is that there are plenty of people who have ADHD and who are highly successful in life, but they have to develop the coping mechanisms, and then they get whatever psychological services that they need, or in some cases, get it with a psychiatrist if whatever's needed. But clearly, Umar hasn't done that. So, FDMG Treasurer, if we look at even Umar Johnson's school announcement video, he's all over the place with all the stuff that he says that he's going to do. It's just he's going off the top. But how much of that has actually come into fruition? Less than 1%. As someone brought up earlier, if you're a project manager, if you have ADHD, you can still be successful as a project manager, but you got to develop the skill set in order to cope with the ADHD and get things done in a timely fashion from point A to point Z. But Umar doesn't have that ability, and he hasn't gotten the psychological services in order to develop that. But could he do it? Yeah. Will he do it? Probably not. He's 51 and he thinks that he's God's gift. He calls himself the Black Christ. I mean, what can you say to someone like that? You know. Anyway, whatever the case may be with Umar, it doesn't excuse his behavior of stealing from black people, which is in essence what he's done with this FDMG school scam and still doing it to this day. Okay. Thank you, FDMG Treasurer. Upsa says, hit the damn PayPal so I can turn the heat down. Get out of here. All right. Thanks. Thank you for super chat also, and also FDMG Treasurer, Big Dave, everyone else. Thank you for all the super chats. Okay, let's finish this up. I've located the puppy video, but we're gonna table that for tomorrow. Okay, let's finish this up because about 2 more minutes. Here we go.
He said, why don't I go have a conversation with the saboteurs? You see what I'm saying?
Yes, yeah.
If there was no sabotage, that's a different conversation.
Right.
But not only did I have to fight the city, I had to fight the YouTubian struggle streamers, fake woke people. I mean, I remember one time we called the gas company. They said, somebody, you just called here. I said, no, I didn't. They was using my name, bro. Oh.
Niggas call
So now I got to use passwords because these people.
This guy, he lies so much. Now he's telling a different story. Because he said I was the one that called up there impersonating him. That never happened. And then he happened to call up there, I guess, right after I allegedly called up there. He always do that. And it just so happened that I just called and they said, oh, you just called up here, sir. We just thought, and the guy sounded just like you, sir. Are you Ifatunde? Yeah, that's me. Well, it looks like someone's impersonating you, sir. We're going to have to get a password set up here. To cut it out, Umar.
People, they do anything for a couple struggle streams, man.
And that's too much.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He insults people's intelligence. Yeah, I think he's talking about the gas company right here, or is he talking about the electricity? I don't know. It's one of them. I don't know. It might be both of them. This moth. All right.
And that's what I'm saying. To me, that's
why I said earlier, I shouldn't have to fight them. My people should take care of my haters for me. But we've never been there. Look
but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So again, this is the cult aspect.
Malcolm was fighting and having to evade for his life.
But I think it's a growing concern, man. Not that it won't happen or it's not happening, but I do think, even with the Joe Buttons and people you may have stood next to, like, it's people that start to say certain things where it's like, yeah,
I don't pay it no mind.
So, but what I'm saying is, I think you don't
done what I done.
But listen, I don't think you resent it. I think you diagnose it. And if it's serious and if it's from our people, I think that at some point, bro, the sabotage shit starts to work. Motherfuckers start to actually buy into it and believe it a little. And when you
that
don't,
ain't just happening. They've been doing that. They've been believing.
Right.
You follow what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah,
I see what you're saying.
They've been believing.
And you've been able to do this in spite of, like yards after the
in spite of.
Yeah.
The victory in spite of.
That's
bro,
all.
They've done everything they could. They tried to get our festivals canceled.
So I never seen none of it until the last couple of years. It felt like,
nah, this has been ongoing. Remember, they sabotaged the GoFundMe in 2015, bro. The first year of the fundraising, they got the GoFundMe shut down, man.
This guy be lying so much, it's ridiculous. This guy be lying so much, I'm gonna pull the receipt right now. I pray for the strength and guidance. I'm about to pull the receipt right now. What did Umar say, Cookie Crush Chat, about his GoFundMe? Look, play it again. I'm gonna go pull it up.
a couple of years, it felt like,
nah, this has been ongoing. Remember, they sabotaged the GoFundMe in 2015, bro. The first year of the fundraising, they got the GoFundMe shut down, man.
See that? He said the first year of the fundraiser. Okay, maybe he's right. Maybe and he could be right. Maybe I'm not thinking about it properly. So I'm not going to say he's lying, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to go pull the receipt. There you go. Okay, I'm not going to read anything. You guys tell me. Y'all in cook or chat. We're almost done. Y'all tell me. Umar said in the first year, right? Yeah, Mae Brown. Yeah, Black Wolf, no. Listen, Black Wolf's like, all facts. Yeah. It starts he set it up March 3rd of 2015. It gets shut down December 27th of 2017. And remember, it served me correctly. It was back up for like 2 more days and then it got shut down before we went into 2018. But we can say, and I already did the calculations, it's 2 years and 10 months on GoFundMe. And he raised over $403,555. Yeah, it ran for over two years. It almost ran for 3 years, 2 years and 10 months. So again, this guy, he lies so much, it's incredible. All right. Yeah, he made a gang of money on here too. He sure did. Again, remember he said that the Cash App got shut down at 125,000. Well, that's over $500,000 right there, just on GoFundMe over the course of 2 years and 10 months, and then on PayPal over I don't even know how many months that would have been. That probably would have been about 4 or 5 months on PayPal, and then he's been using PayPal since. So that's what 2000 for another decade he's been using PayPal. Not to mention the Cash App. And all the money that was sent to him to his P.O. box, checks, money orders, cash on hand, and then money that people gave to him as speaking engagements and checks and money orders for FDMG. So let's go back and listen to what Umar said. And again, I gave him the benefit of the doubt, right? But I know that it wasn't just a year. It was closer to 3 years that it was up. But let's go back and listen to this guy.
Point, bro, how shit starts to work. Motherfuckers start to actually buy into it and believe it a little. And when you
that
don't,
ain't just happening. They've been doing that. They've been believing.
Right.
You follow what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah,
I see what you're saying.
They've been believing.
And you've been able to do this in spite of, like yards after the
in spite of.
Yeah.
The victory in spite of.
That's
bro,
all.
They've done everything they could. They tried to get our festivals canceled.
So I never seen none of it until the last couple of years. It felt like
this has been ongoing. Remember, they sabotaged the GoFundMe in 2015, bro. The first year of the fundraising, they got the GoFundMe shut down, man.
I rest my case. See, the one thing I don't do is I don't lie on Umar. Now, I've made mistakes and I've owned up to them. I've apologized for them. I've issued retractions. I always give Umar the benefit of the doubt, but never blatantly lie. It's not part of my character. Umar's lied on me, though, because that's his character. This guy will lie about how long he had his GoFundMe up. It started March 3rd of 2015. And he says that it was closed down in that first year. That would mean that by December, the end of December of 2015, that his GoFundMe got shut down. If that was the case, that means that this GoFundMe was up for how long? See, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, for about 10 months. So Umar wants people to believe that he only had his GoFundMe up for 10 months. But what the receipts show and what the research shows is that he actually had it up for 2 years and 10 months, which is closer to 3 years. But we want to be factual. 2 years and 10 months. And he raised $403,555 during that time period. You know, what's interesting is that if we take Umar's lie as the truth, that it was only up for about 10 months, again, starts in March. You got April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, and then, of course, getting into January. So it's about 10 months. Are we to believe that Umar Johnson raised $403,555 on GoFundMe in 10 months? You see what I mean? Hit the one. See, when you lie and you consistently lie, it opens up the possibility to consider other probabilities. And in this case, that are we saying that in 10 months, it's not even a probability, but in 10 months, Umar raised $403,555. And if he did, and I'm just talking about on GoFundMe alone, if he did that within a year, why is he on Big Loon's show talking about he ain't raised $1 million? Let's say that video was from 2023 that Big Loon interviewed him. There's a lot of ways we can look at this, but the point is that this is a blatant lie. Umar Johnson raised $403,555 just on GoFundMe from March 3rd of 2015 through December 27th of 2017. And no, that is not in that first year. That's over the course of 2 years and 10 months. Okay. Let me play this one more time. There's other stuff too. By the way, Umar changed the title of this, and part of the issue was that he was, I can go on and on. Okay. Let me play this part one more time, and then we'll get to the end, and we'll be up out of here. Shout out to everyone inside the Cookie Crush chat. Thanks everyone inside the Cookie Crush chat. Let me just check real quick where we're at with the poll. Okay, this was early. Let me go ahead and end that poll. Yeah, so clearly he was talking about children. 25 students per classroom. We got to the goal. Thank you so much. We got to 600 likes. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. Wicked Angel says Delaware school spending per student is $18,516 a year, and that includes everything. Making sure they have their Chromebooks. Making sure that everything, food. Umar is expecting the parents to pay $500 a month, and let's just say for 10 months out of the year. But he said that they're going to be doing going to school on the weekends too. Did you guys know that? And he said and the summertime too, because he's going to be having all these things going on for the kids. But let's say it's $5,000 a month for about 10 months. That's $5,000. How are you going to make this work at $5,000 per year per child in terms of money being received? And that money has to go towards making sure that operations take place. We're in the Delaware schools, the spending per student is $18,516 per year. Anyway, thank you, Wicked Angel. Simply Complicated says, I believe Umar has no personal relationships with people outside of going to these podcasts or speaking in front of people. He lacks interpersonal skills, which is odd for his profession. And in quotations, and I would also propose that that's one of the reasons why Umar Johnson was unable to maintain his profession. He doesn't have interpersonal skills. That's why he can talk the way that he does so freely. He talks bad about black people, talks bad about black children. He's talking about rotten cookies, all this kind of stuff. It's something's wrong with him in these regards. And I know that has filtered into his personal life. It's filtered into his professional life, because what we see online, it's whatever we see online, it's going to be magnified in the real world. That's why we've never heard Umar and all of our research talk about how he was in a long-standing relationship with the woman. He's 51. He can't give you stories about having interpersonal relationships with a woman. I'm talking about genuine relationships, or with his own children for that matter. Look at all of the men that at a certain point Umar was working with or dealing with, and they have a falling out, and Umar he burns all of the bridges, and he those people who were around back then supporting Umar, they're not around supporting Umar like they used to. Same thing with a lot of the women that were around back in the day. We can pull it up. I'm not going to do it, but we can pull up videos. You guys remember this? When Umar acquired these abandoned buildings, the people would come up there, and all kind of people. He would have people walking through, and everyone's like, yeah. Where are those people at in 2026? Well, it's because Umar doesn't know how to he doesn't have interpersonal skills. You know, people said it too. He doesn't know how to read the room. He doesn't know how to connect with people. That's why he can talk crazy the way that he talks. But if you look at what he has around him, it's empty. That's why he doesn't have a team. He don't have a board of directors, but he doesn't have a team. It's just him. All right. And again, I'll propose that that's one of the reasons why when he was working as a professional, he had problems. And that's one of the reasons why he was unable to maintain his professional career. All right. Thank you, Simply Complicated. Okay, let's close this out. Again, thank you guys. We reached the goal for the likes. I want to thank everyone who sent in super chats. Also, thanks to the mods for handling business as well. Here we go with the end. Here we go.
To get the St. Paul's College.
We talked about that on our first episode.
They've been believing.
Right.
You follow what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah,
I see what you're saying.
They've been believing.
And you've been able to do this in spite of, like yards after the
in spite of.
Yeah.
The victory in spite of.
That's
bro,
all.
They've done everything they could. They tried to get our festivals canceled.
So I never seen none of it until the last couple of years. It felt like
this has been ongoing. Remember, they sabotaged the GoFundMe in 2015, bro. The first year of the fundraising, they got the GoFundMe shut down, man. When I tried to get the St. Paul's College,
we talked about that on our first episode.
They was calling down there sabotaging, bro.
Okay, and you see how Big Loon says you're right. He's not right. I already provided the proof.
I think we underestimate how self-hating Black people are. This FDMG campaign has really shown me post-traumatic slavery disorder, bro, on another level. And if I'm gonna look at this spiritually, Loon, I can make an argument. Somebody can make an argument that the Almighty kept me from opening this school this long because I needed more education on who I was dealing with when it.
So now it's God's fault. This chat room going wild. This chat room is going wild. So I said, Lord have mercy. It's Jesus' fault now, y'all. I don't mean to laugh, but Jesus, all right. It is. It's amazing because he done went through everybody. He did, because he was blaming the contractors. He blamed the YouTubian struggle streamers. He was blaming all kinds. But he said, you know what else? Jesus was sabotaging. That's crazy. Damn. Jesus ain't got nothing to do with nothing. What you talking about? He said Jesus is sabotaging, y'all. Damn. I done heard it all. Wait a minute. Maybe I misheard that. Hold on one second. East B, let me rewind this. Shout out to East B. Let me rewind this, because maybe Jesus sabotage. Family, we gonna have to march on heaven. We're gonna have to get up there, family. It's up there. All right. Now, let me stop. Let me this chat. Let me play this part one more time. But maybe I misinterpret what he said. Look at him. Look at this guy. I need to use this as the thumbnail. Look at him. All right, here we go.
Spiritually, Loon, I can make an argument. Somebody can make an argument that the Almighty kept me from opening this school this long because I needed more education.
Man, this guy is he's diabolical with it. He said Jesus is sabotaging him. Jesus is supposed to help you when you're doing the right thing, Umar. What you talking about? Let me stop. We got to be done. Look at this guy. Yeah, you got a point, Francisco. Umar says he's the Black Messiah, so he's blaming himself. Yeah. All right, what's up, Ad Avis? Yeah, it's all you, Umar. It ain't got to do with all this stuff. Okay, let's finish up. Here we go.
On who I was dealing with. Somebody can make an argument that the Almighty kept me from opening this school this long because I needed more education on who I was dealing with when it comes to dealing with Black folks.
Yeah.
Because if that school would have opened in 1 year, I think it'd be closed already. I would have.
Edward, don't do that. Wait a minute, what did he just say? Hold on a second.
Black folks.
Yeah.
Because if that school would have opened in 1 year, I think it'd be closed already. I would have.
What in the world? Oh, you think?
Trusted too many people, and they would have destroyed me from it. Now I know better.
Yeah.
Now I.
What is he?
I know better.
About?
Yeah, you got intel.
Oh man.
Yeah. Now, because if you notice, my conversation isn't for the haters. Mine is for the supporter or the would-be donor or the person believing you that might be just a little weird.
To show them now. It's time to show now.
Right. And so what I'm saying is when we're communicating, I'm being clear to the haters that this ain't for y'all. This is for the people.
They already know that though.
Well,
I don't even need to tell them that. Because I didn't said it so much. You know what I mean? They know I don't talk because I don't respond to them. That's what they really hate. You know.
Yeah, well, that's not true either, Umar. Okay, you doxed my information. You doxed my wife's information last year. Hit the one. Cut it out.
They want me to do. They want me to go on a struggle stream. Oh, ask me whatever you want.
Right. Type that.
Problem.
Yeah, Umar, you're welcome on my YouTube page whenever you're ready, homeboy. You ain't gonna do it though because you're a coward.
They got with me, Loon, is I never made myself accountable to them. They hate it. Why?
Yeah, no, that's not even it, Umar. You don't hold yourself accountable for anything to anyone. So it's not about who you have to hold yourself accountable to. It's about what you've done that you have to hold yourself accountable for doing. That's all. So it ain't about anybody else. Even that it's a deflection away from personal accountability, because that's really what the issue is. It's not about, Umar, you owe this supposed hater or that supposed hater accountability. No, listen, I'll do my research. I got everything I need. I already know what the deal is. It's about you as a man holding yourself accountable for what you are doing and what you have done. And you never hold yourself accountable. So even to misdirect that over to individuals who are your critics, that's a deflection away from you holding yourself accountable for yourself. And that's really where the power lies, homeboy. I'm telling you straight up. That's where the power lies. And no man will ever come into any a level of success in life so long as that they're blaming other people and they won't hold themselves accountable for the mistakes that they've made. I'm living proof of it. Nothing changed in my life in the way that it needed to until I hit rock bottom, and then I held myself accountable for my failures. I didn't blame anyone else. I still don't blame people to this day. Can't do that. It's on me. So, Umar, the point that I'm making, and this is me giving you some I was going to say fatherly advice. You're older than I am, but this is me giving you some fatherly advice. If you want to do better in life, you have to start with you. And if you're going to start with you, you have to look at yourself in the mirror and ask critical questions about where you're at in life right now. And it got nothing to do with anybody else. And when you look at yourself in the mirror and you're honest, you have to ask yourself the critical question. Am I holding myself accountable for the things that I'm doing that are incorrect, that are wrong? Not about that you're being sabotaged by other people or that other people are trying to destroy. No, that ain't got nothing to do with none of that. It has to do with you. And when you do that as a man, when you hold yourself accountable, and that's when you can figure out what the next step is to get your life back on track. And then one day at a time, with God's grace, you take steps to get your life in order. No excuses, homeboy. And I'm giving it to you, you know, like a father would tell a son.
He not answering this.
Right, type
The problem they got with me, Loon, is I never made myself accountable to them. They hate it. Why he not answering this? Because you ain't nobody.
Right.
You ain't nobody.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's
now, if you do have a supporter, young guy or older person out there, and they wanted to follow your blueprint, or they have questions about the next school,
you don't want to follow Umar's blueprint. Please don't do that.
Can you confidently say it won't take 12 years for the next?
I can't, because I don't know what the future holds. I don't know what.
But with all the intel and information you got along the way, I would say you should be more efficient in doing this the next time.
Oh, there's mistakes that won't be made because I now know how treacherous. Before this,
it's always everyone else. It's not about his mistakes. It's about everyone else perceived mistakes and how they're sabotaging him.
Loon, you couldn't have told me somebody would take a check for tens of thousands of dollars to do a job, to open for a school for black kids that's being funded by the community, and they black themselves. You couldn't have told me they could take that check and don't finish the job.
If that actually happened, where's the proof of that? If that actually happened, where's the police report? If that actually happened, where's the court case? See, the deeper issue is not the fact, the hypothetical that's not proved. It hasn't been proven that these so-called black contractors or black whatever, blackity black, took this $10,000 and didn't finish the job. There's two things. Did you do your due diligence? Did you take steps to rectify that? And if necessary, did you file the police report so that it's archived and documented so that you can take them to court to get your money back? That's number one. But the other thing, and this is the larger issue, is Umar, you've taken millions of dollars of black people's money and you ain't got shit to show for it. So what you talking about? If this hypothetical happened with no proof, because people can say anything, but if there's no proof of it, if it didn't happen based upon proof, then we dismiss it. But if we're going to go with your narrative, Umar, if it did happen without proof, there's things that you should have done. And that's $10,000 that allegedly just, it's gone. So I guess you can say that they scammed you then, right? Well, okay, well, what about the millions of dollars that people have sent to you and you ain't got shit to show for it except these vandals in Wilmington, Delaware that you've been sitting on for over 7 years? Millions of dollars versus 5,000 versus 10 versus 15,000. And not one black child has been educated. You see the deflection? Never holds himself accountable for the millions that he's received and nothing to show for it. But he'll concoct stories with no proof, no evidence or proof that these events took place and that he was scammed out of 10,000 or whatever. If we're so trifling and sabotaging, why keep asking us for money? There you go. If black people are that bad, Umar, why are you still asking money from black people? That's very well said. Great question. If black people are lazy like you say they are, and trifling like you said that they are, why you keep collecting money from black people? If these black contractors, every single one scammed you, why you keep giving them money then? Who's the common denominator? Umar. See, and this again, Kedar, great question, but it speaks to the deeper issue. The deeper issue is that at the end of the day, Umar's not concerned. All these stories that he tells, it's irrelevant because ultimately what he wants is money. And if he can get that from people that he can demean and disrespect and call them trifling and saying that they're sabotaging him, it don't matter to him as long as he continues to get the money. Right? That's all this comes down to. Extension, extend it as long as possible. If he has to call out his donors and say you ain't sent enough money and y'all trifling ass black people, that's what he called y'all, because he didn't get as much money as he wanted. To him, it doesn't matter as long as the money keeps coming in. That's all that matters, because that is the focus. The school is the ends to the school is the means to the end. The end is to get money. But if black people are so bad and they're sabotaging and all this stuff, why you keep asking for black people to send you money for a school that don't exist? Great question. Legalist says the ugliest part is the reversal. Black people are good enough to be mobilized, fundraised through. This ties to what Kadar was saying, and preach that, but not respected enough to ask hard questions without being cast as traitors. I'm going to read it one more time. I ain't got a comment for this one. The ugliest part is the reversal, and it is. Black people are good enough to be mobilized, fundraised through, and preach that, but not respected enough to ask hard questions without being cast as traitors. And that's it. I can't even say none of that. That's a mic drop. And it is so true. All right, thank you, Legalist, for super chat. Kadar, there's some others, simply complicated. There's some other ones I can't read them. Okay, all right, okay. We got about 20 more seconds on this video. Yeah, that's perfectly stated. I can't even say nothing. You know, I like to run my mouth, but I can't even say nothing. Okay, here we go. The last few seconds on this video. We'll be up out of here. Here we go.
You feel me? And they came highly referred. You feel me? These ain't people you couldn't have told me that, bro.
Yeah.
And that's not true either. He's saying they were highly referred, and that's just another deflective tactic, as if it was someone else who put these people onto him. And so he's not to be held accountable for accepting these people as individuals going to be working on this project. But the truth of the matter is, I have video of roofers that he had back in the day. And these roofers, they were not professional roofers. You can tell because they got up on the roof, and one of them had on some house shoes. And the other ones, it looked like the other one had on some and-ones. Hit the one. I kid you not. So, no, Umar, cut it out. Some of y'all like you lying. Let me see if it can populate. Yeah, here. This is some, and then we're going to be done for sure. This is from 2021. Man, I'm telling you, this Umar Johnson ain't nothing like this. It's crazy. This is March 4th of 2021. This is about 5 years ago. I think this is the video. If it's not, that's okay. But every time I see this, I'm like, man, this is wild. Here we go. Oh, the memories.
I ain't gonna hold you. I was up there maybe twice, but I ain't the one for the heights. And when I get up, yo, it looks so much higher when you up there. Down here, it's like, that ain't never, when I get up there, I'm like, whoa. You start thinking about, can I jump on? And I'm kind of clumsy, so I can't afford it.
Okay, let me skip through. He keeps running his mouth, and then they get up. There's the ladder. Oh, man, I forgot about this.
Children. It ain't about nothing else but the future of African children, brothers and sisters. Let me show y'all some of the work we got to do. I'm going to show y'all some of the work we got to do. So, y'all see this? This is the HVAC. This is the HVAC unit.
Man, I forgot about this.
Unit to the gym. This is the gym HVAC for the Nat Turner gym. We switching this out. This HVAC unit is going to be replaced by a brand new unit. This HVAC unit is going to be replaced by a brand new unit, brothers and sisters. The new unit is going to sit down on the floor, and we're going to build a fence around it so it can't be.
Yeah, he did get a fence put up there too. I remember that.
Stolen, okay? So we're replacing this unit right here. All right. And they just went up on the roof because they're going to look at the other HVAC unit for the school, because they're going to do the school. And this is going to be our playground. We might turn this into a garden. This is the Queen Mother.
All right, let me skip through. Oh, man, he went into the... Oh, I forgot about this, too. Hold on. This might not even be the video. Let me see.
So...
Oh, this video is... Yeah, this video is bad. I forgot about
and
this.
we got...
Look at this. See the black mold in the back? Hit the one. If you look way in the back, this is 5 years ago, half a decade.
To figure out what's going on with
what is that?
This. We're gonna have to dig up the ground a little bit.
Dig up the ground.
Dig up the side of the wall a little bit. We're gonna have.
How you gonna dig up a wall?
Have to do some digging to find out what's.
So that's that. It was a pipe. The water was coming up through it.
Going on here. We got to find out what this is.
Again, he got these trap banners in 2019, February 2019, and there's still this water issue 2 years later in 2021.
Brothers and sisters, this right here is an issue. We got to find out, where is this water coming from, brothers and sisters? Where is this water?
Why does it take him 2 years to start to look into
coming
it?
From, brothers and sisters? We got to figure this drain out. We got to figure this drain out. That drain is a problem. That drain is a problem, but that's it. Once we figure out the drain for the gym, we're going to be all right. Once we figure out the drain, we're going to put a big FDMG logo on the wall. Big FDMG logo. We're going to change the color of the floor. It's going to be a big FDMG logo.
That never happened.
In the middle of the floor. We might change out these courts and get the ones that go up and down.
Oh, cut it out.
Right?
I forgot about this video.
The bathroom is good. The sinks is good. New toilet. That's no big deal.
I forgot about this. This is madness.
Oh,
man,
new toilet, new urine.
Oh man. I'm not going to, I'm sorry, I apologize. I just want to see this other one. Oh, God. This is good for the Predators, the Yautjas, because they use this type of stuff when they patch their injuries up. You know what I'm talking about? And then they get that thing, and but they take this to make, all right.
All right, we got to do that. You good, Pop? Talk to me.
Is the bathroom usable?
Bathroom not usable. You know what to do.
Yeah, go use it outside.
All right.
Okay. Here's the other
So
one.
we got to do another.
Damn. This one looked like it was Kung Fu fighting or something. This Mortal Kombat. Wasn't there a Mortal Kombat that look, character that looked like this? Finish him. Finish him. All right.
Another toilet right there.
I gotta goof off a little bit. Yeah. That's what I was thinking, CJ. Fatality. All right, let me stop. I had to joke because it's hard watching these videos.
The toilets is not an issue.
Damn, that one right there. It was all the way on the ground. Oh, he already went out. Let me see. I want to see that last one.
The toilets is not.
Damn. Listen, I ain't never seen no toilet look like this. It's amazing. This is yeah. I'm saying, why is the toilet crumpled? Yeah, it's not an issue, and don't worry about it. But why did these toilets look crumbled though? I don't understand that. This one, it looked like it's been asleep for a couple of months. All right.
Not an issue, brothers and sisters.
It's not an issue.
The toilets is not the issue.
Okay.
I could have been got the toilets replaced.
You could have been.
The toilets are not the issue. I could have been got the toilets replaced, but you don't want no water in the pipes until you have your HVAC. You don't want no water in the pipes until you have your HVAC.
What? What you talking about?
You don't want no water in the pipes. Don't feel bad for me, feel good for me, because we in a good position.
No, yeah, people feeling bad. Yeah, this is the he was going to turn this into it because he put, I think I saw the, let me see. Yeah, there it goes.
Don't feel bad.
See that little unit? That was the little HVAC unit he was trying to have installed in that room because he was going to turn it into like a living quarters.
For me, feel good for me.
Oh no, that's the old one. That's the old one. You see how it's all out the wall? He got a new one to put in there later on.
A good position. Don't feel bad, feel good. We moving, we rocking and rolling. You know, y'all so negative, y'all don't even see a good thing when it's
Look who's talking.
Coming. Y'all so negative, y'all don't even see a good thing when it's coming. Y'all so negative, y'all don't even see a good thing when it's coming. Y'all so negative.
Okay,
wait till we had the FDMG helmets. Wait till we get the FDMG helmets. It's going to be off
the, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, y'all checked the inside of the school? No, I ain't know. Okay, you gonna wait for the brothers?
All right, let me see once they go up on the roof. This ain't even it. I thought, no, maybe, no, hold on. No, this ain't it. It must be the video after this one, but it didn't populate here.
Classes, self-defense classes, Pan African classes, adult classes, teenage classes, baby classes, young adult classes. We gonna have nothing but. Watch when we up. Watch when we get that certificate of occupancy. It's gonna be crazy. But all I can say is
he's talking about the certificate of occupancy 5 years ago. Man, he was talking about the certificate of occupancy 5 years ago. I wasn't even looking for this. I was trying to find when it was up on the roof, but I couldn't find it. I'll find it one of these days and pull it back up. But man. Yeah, there it is. Let's play that part one more time. Man.
Classes, self-defense classes,
what is he talking about anyway?
Lamaze classes, cooking classes, gun classes, self-defense classes, Pan African classes, adult classes, teenage classes, baby classes, young adult classes.
What?
We gonna have nothing but. Watch when we up. Watch when we get that certificate of occupancy. It's gonna be crazy.
Man, this is nuts. All right, we're gonna leave it right there. Okay, we finished the other video. I don't even think we finished the other video. Okay, y'all give me 2 minutes. Yeah, he's talking. Yeah, he said, I don't know what that's supposed to be. Baby classes. I don't know. Black Rambo classes. goofy classes. Yeah, whatever y'all want to put it. Lamaze, you know, whatever you want to throw in there. Bifocal glasses. Oh man. All right. See it, dog classes. It's like Diddy class. Diddy classes. Yeah, he said Lamar. Yeah, whatever. All right. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I have no idea what the baby classes entails. You gotta teach them toilets. Got toilet classes. Somebody said Black John Wick classes. Ain't nothing like the cookie closet classes. Kickball. Pookie classes. All right, let me get up out of here. We gotta be done. Sharecroppers. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let me get up out of here. All right. I can't even get my eye off of here. All right. Let me get up out of here. Somebody said pork and bean. He's just throwing anything. Pork and bean classes, baby oil. You guys, oh man, my stomach hurt. Man, y'all hilarious. It ain't nothing like the cookie crash chat. Man, I love y'all. I really do. I really do. Thank the Lord. I appreciate you guys so much. Oh, thank you, Cookie. Everybody in the cookie crash chat. Thank you guys. Woo, man. Yeah. Somebody said closet classes. What would that class teach though? I don't know what that class would teach. How to live in your mama closet. Can you imagine somebody? I can see them in the mama closet teaching the class. Now listen, family. You put the potato over here in the corner. If you got old dirty clothes, you put them over here in these black bags and stack them on top of them. Right? Okay. All right. We got blown off big time. I'm trying not to look at the chat room anymore. All right. At some point, I'll find that roof video. At some point, I promise. This might be it right here. Let me see. No, he ain't on the roof on this one. Let me try this one right quick. No, this ain't it. Because at the end of it, he tells him he cuts the camera off because the guy was going to tell him what he was going to do up on that roof, and Umar didn't want people to know. Yeah, it's not coming up. I know I have it because we played it many times. Okay. I don't think we finished the other video. Here it is, right? Let's finish.
Well, I had my gun in my hand, like, yo, I should go blow his mother effing brains out, man.
What is he talking about? What is Umar talking about? I don't know. Maybe I missed something. Yeah, maybe I need to rewind. Hold on a second. I think I missed something. I mean,
being funded by the community, and they black themselves. You couldn't have told me they could take that check and don't finish the job. Do you feel me? And they came highly referred. You feel me? These ain't people up. You couldn't have told me that, bro.
Yeah.
Yo, this was times where I had my gun in my hand, like, yo, I should go blow his mother effing brains out, man.
What in the world? Man, Umar, come on, man. This is too much. I don't know, Derek. I don't know what to say about that. That's y'all's principle. No, that's what he said. I didn't. He's talking about. I guess. He's talking about the black contractor, right? Let me go back just look, because I got to get context. I think I may be misreading what he's saying. Who are you talking about?
To open for a school for black kids that's being funded by the community, and they black themselves. You couldn't have told me they could take that check and don't finish the job.
Yeah, he's talking about the black contractors who allegedly scammed him.
Do you feel me? and they came highly referred. You feel me? These ain't people up. You couldn't have told me that, bro.
Yeah.
Yo, this was times where I had my gun in my hand like, yo, I should go blow his mother effing brains out, man.
Man. First of all, I don't believe it. But second of all, why would you say something like that? You're supposed to be a 6 degrees, a doctor of psychology, the most requested scholar, saving black boys. But you know what came to mind just now? It goes back to when he was talking about the thugs on the corner. You guys remember that? All right, let's finish this up. I don't even know what to say about on this one. I thought I misinterpreted what he's saying, but it's clear he's talking about the black contractors that allegedly scammed.
Don't take 12 years for the
I
next.
can't, because I don't know what the future holds. I don't know what.
But with all the intel and information you got along the way, I would say you should be more efficient in doing this the next time.
Oh, there's a mistake. They told me they could take that check and don't finish the job.
There you go.
Do you feel me? And they came highly referred. You feel me? These ain't people up. You couldn't have told me that, bro.
Yeah.
Yo, this was times where I had my gun in my hand like, yo, I should go blow his mother effing brains out, man. That's the people's money you just stole. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I had to eat it.
In the deep, though, he's the one who's been stealing the money.
So this was times where I had my gun in my hand like, yo, I should go blow his mother effing brains out, man. That's the people's money you just stole. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I had to eat it. It was painful.
I couldn't do it.
It was
I
painful.
couldn't do it. I ain't eating nothing. And it's clear. In this industry, they know that boy don't eat. I don't play like I come from zero to hero. So I don't play the same games. I don't negotiate with terrorists, right? I'm telling you, you mess with my money or you steal from me, there's a problem to go with that.
Okay, there's a difference though. This is not Umar's money. This is the donor's money, and Umar hasn't provided any proof in terms of these claims. Yeah, and I apologize, people. I wish I was able to find that video with the roofers, because it would just show you exactly what I'm talking about. With Umar saying that they were highly referred. No, he was getting anybody he can who would give him a discount, because it was always a hookup situation. That's why he wasn't pulling the proper permits for a lot of that work.
I'm telling you that, and I'm sorry. That's just how I'm wired. With you in the school, though, I think you're in a good spot. I hope the school opens here soon, because I think black kids can benefit from the school. I truly, truly, truly believe that black kids can benefit from that school, and I send my best wishes to it.
I mean, the school done. It's just a matter of what we got to do to get our paperwork. You know what I mean? How hardball the city going to play. Hopefully they just, accept that we here.
And
give them this permit, let them teach us kids. I don't plan on getting them, because I think another
this is delusional thinking
issue too with them is they think I want to get involved in the politics because of my popularity.
Right.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't want to be no mayor of Wilmington. I won't be no city council president. I don't want nothing y'all got.
Right.
I am here for the school to teach. Leave me alone. You ain't got to worry about seeing me for nothing. I'm purely here to educate kids. You feel me? Because sometimes people start worrying about that.
And yet he hasn't educated one child.
He coming down here from Philly. What is his true, bro? I am not a politician, man. I'm a Pan Africanist. I can do more for my people in the street than I could ever do in that office. I don't want it. You ain't got to worry about that. Just give me my school and leave me alone.
Was Charlie Kirk an enemy to black people?
Yeah,
first of all, I'm not under no federal.
He said, give me, what did he say? Give me my school? What do you, anyway, I was still trying to, I found it. I found the video, y'all. Yep. Okay, we're gonna close out with this. Okay, thank you guys for your patience. I've been looking for it. Okay, so this is actually from 2019. He didn't start renovations until 2020, but he had these people up on the roof in 2019. All right. This is August 12th. Let me see if I have it in. Yeah, thank you guys for your patience. So we're gonna do 2 hours, but it is what it is. We'll be back tomorrow to do the Father David interview. I've already edited down to take out commercials, and then he had other people talking, so I edited those people out. Okay, so August 12th. August 11th. Yeah, here it is right here. What is this video though? I don't remember that one. Yeah, but this is the video right here. Okay. Thank you guys for being patient with me. I was looking for it for about 30 minutes.
Peace and love, Black family. Dr. Umar Johnson, live and direct. Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. Just picked up the tax bill. We owe $20,000 on the Honorable Marcus Garvey building. We owe $40,000 in taxes.
Yeah, that's $60,000 for both parcels. And this is in 2019 because he didn't have tax exempt status. And then he was also on the hook, you donors were on the hook for taxes for 2020 because he did get tax exempt status in 2020, but it's not retroactive. The total amount that you donors had to pay in terms of the taxes, it ran all the way up to $172,931.86. That's wasted money.
On the Honorable Frederick Douglass building, and that's the city taxes. The county tax bill is coming soon. That's going to be more expensive. So please make sure you make your donations, because as well as we push and fight to renovate, restore, rejuvenate, and resurrect the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy, we have to pay the bills. So please make sure you keep your donations coming in. We remain optimistic. We will win. We will be victorious. Mail-in check or money order payable to the FDMG Academy, P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware. FDMG School, Wilmington, Delaware, 19. We got 4 buildings. Chilling. The school, 4 buildings. We got 4 buildings, 2 schools.
There's 3 buildings, no schools. Let me skip through.
And before I get to on the campus grounds, I'm not feeling that. I done found condoms, alcohol bottles all over the place. This is not the drink spot.
Yes, it is.
We about to cause an international, global, Pan-African revolution from this
campus. It's still
a
drink spot.
Mark my words, this campus will go down in history. I promise you. I promise you.
Man, y'all, this is 2019.
The greatest leaders of the African race have yet to be born and made. They will come from this school. I promise you that. If you need to get at me, 215-989-9858. Jacksonville, Florida, August the 30th.
Spot.
Orlando, Florida, August the 31st. Jacksonville, Florida, August the 30th.
I said that a long time ago because, you know, back in the day, when we was kids, there was a kicking spot. That's you go to go kick it. You know, sometimes as you go there, you kick it outside. Like we had a green box. Everybody in the neighborhood would come to the green box and we would kick it. It'd be, you know, we just kicking it, chilling, talking, and, you know, hanging out. Then it gets dark, and then the lights go on, and then you know, people start going home. Let's say when you're kids, then you get a little older, you still had a kicking spot. It's just, you know, then some of y'all, your mom and daddy met at the kicking spot, and that's your kicking spot, baby. You know, mom and dad didn't really know each other. They was young, and one thing led to another, and here you come. You a kicking spot, baby. There's a kicking spot. You know, people do things at the kicking spot. Some people, you know, they get that crack pipe. Anyway, the point is, I told y'all a long time ago that these trap bandos was the kicking spot. It was the kicking spot then, it's still the kicking spot. Right. Yeah. Yeah, in other words, it was a smash pad, you know. All right. Anyway.
Orlando, Florida, August the 31st. Dr. U.
Some of y'all parents are kicking spot, baby. Real talk. Some of y'all parents is the kicking spot babies. Because your grandmama and your granddaddy was wild. You know, you know what I'm saying? They was listening to the Duke Ellington and Satch Bowl and BB King. Some of you guys are multi-generational kicking my babies. The music changed, but all right. Let me quit playing around. Anyway, this is the kicking spot.
UmarJohnson.com. Make sure you get your unapologetically African clothing at DrUmarJohnson.com. All right.
He was selling that.
Donations
selling that clothing
for the shockumentary and general donations for Dr.
Some of y'all juke joint. Let me stop. Did I say baby King? I said BB King. I say Flash Bo. Okay. Yeah, Duke Ellington. That's Louis Armstrong and Flash Bo. All right, anyway. All right, here we go.
Umar.
Yeah, he was still collecting donations for that documentary in 2019. He first promoted it in 2011.
Send your donations to me. Cash.me/$.
No, 2012, my bad. And then he said it was going to premiere in 2014. Still ain't came out.
Dr. Umar Johnson, or you can PayPal your donations to me.
Hey, all my babies are Stevie Wonder babies. All my babies, they're Stevie Wonder babies. That's real talk. That's right. With Stevie Wonder, all of them. And we raised them on the Stevie Wonder songs too. But all my babies are Stevie Wonder babies from the Kickers. All right. Let me stop being inappropriate. Let's go.
By using the email Umar the Psychologist, Yahoo for PayPal donations. Cash App is $ Dr. Umar Johnson, but that's not for the school. That is for
yeah. Shout out to all the Kicker Spot babies in the Quick Crash chat. It's a gang.
Donations for me and the shockumentary, so I can do my work.
All right, now you guys see that right there? He says for me. This is not for the school. Remember how Umar stated inside the Big Loon interview that Big Loon said that this is the first time Umar asked for donations, personal donations? No, he does it right here. I'll play it again.
That is for donations for me and the shockumentary, so I can do.
See that? Now, we could say the shockumentary is business, but it's not associated with the school. But he says, for me, that's personal. You see that?
Do my work. School donations is $F.
See how he makes the distinction? There you go.
FDMG School, $FDMG School. Mail in FDMG Academy, P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware 19809. Nashville, Tennessee, Saturday, September 7th. Nashville, Tennessee, Saturday, September 7th. Memphis, Tennessee, October 5th. Memphis, Tennessee, October 5th. So we got back-to-back Memphis. Back-to-back Memphis.
Damn. Yeah, y'all. All right, let me skip through. He about to get up on the roof. Here you go, right here. Watch this.
Right, but no, see, you got to be separate because the chicken and the fish, and then whatever else.
What are you separate the grease?
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Covering under this vinyl?
That's wood under there, see?
That's why we saw the wood ceiling.
Right.
So it's going through the wood.
Right, okay, so that's...
See all this? Just got to be paired up over there because it's leaking in that room over there.
So all you got to do is come up here and mark a couple spots.
Right.
And then come back with the stuff to do it.
That'll work. We on top of the FDMG roof right now. I've never been up here.
Oh, he's going to hold right here too.
Yeah, see, that's a problem. You haven't even been up there to look at the roof. He first went up there in 2017 to look at these abandoned buildings. He purchased them in February of 2019. And this video is from August 12th. Yeah, August 12th of 2019. So half a year, he hasn't even gone up to look at the roof. Since acquiring the abandoned buildings, half a year, 6 months. But then if we go back from 2017, we're talking over 2 years. He hasn't even gone to go take a look at these. It's actually closer to 3 years, but let's say 2.5 years. He hasn't even gone up to look at the roof.
Yeah. Yep.
See, why would you buy a building and you haven't even inspected the roof? Okay, you see it, and no disrespect to these men over here, but do these look like people who are professionals? Look.
Hold right here too, yeah. Yep.
Come on.
This looks 100% better than what I thought it was. Like
That's Umar.
So that ain't how they
Look, this guy got on house shoes, y'all.
did that.
Did y'all see that? Look. He got on house shoes. Roofers don't wear house shoes up on roofs, and they don't dress like this up on roofs either. Okay, and I know I said house shoes. That's just out. It's slippers, like house slippers. I'll say house shoes. See there?
That little.
Look at that.
Oh.
And this guy got on some N1s. They look like N1s to me, but they could be them Reeboks at the pump. Remember the Reebok pumps? That's what it looked like too. I don't know. Someone said they were shacks. But roofers don't wear shacks and house shoes up on roofs this month.
See, that's like if you was the
Anybody know?
Cut right through.
I mean, this guy. I don't. Someone said they're Stephon Marbury's. I don't know. I have no idea. But you guys can figure that out.
That's like
there is a shot of it right there.
If you was to step on a rock or something like.
And then here he is with his house shoes on.
Right, it's going to cut right through them Sharpies.
The audio went out for some reason.
So.
These HVAC units were gutted too. You can even see it right there. I have drone footage too, but that's the HVAC unit over there towards the back, and you can tell that it's stripped.
So
see it right there? That's that other HVAC unit.
The only
There's
thing
one up there
I
on
see
that side.
Is this air conditioning unit? That air conditioning unit is the only thing that they took apart as this major HVAC system here.
Okay. Okay.
So here's what you could do. Check this out.
Hold that thought.
See, Umar didn't want him to say what he was going to do because it would have been some hookup type of, Pookie type of thing to fix whatever the issue is. And the issue, I know what the issue was, massive hole up there.
Because I want to end this, Baba, before you say that.
See that? You're not dealing with professionals if that's how you're operating.
Sweep this side real quick.
Yeah, there's no audio right here. I think this is the end.
We on top of the roof, FDMG Academy, Wilmington, Delaware.
All right. Yeah, but you see that HVAC unit back there? It's totally gutted. And then when he pans over, you can see these ones are gutted too on the other side of the street. We've covered that in the past. Real quick, I want to show you guys what was going on with this roof.
I can't respond in text. Wow. Look at. I can't respond in text. Wow. Look at that.
Why the electrician said.
So for the idiots that be talking about turning the electric on, Doc, whatever, that's why. They don't know what they're talking about. I can't stand when people do that. You see this?
See this?
Man, so they just ripped it out. Wow.
Oh, y'all, okay. You see that?
Look at that.
It was coming into the roof.
Look at that.
By any means necessary.
Are
you going to keep all the furniture?
Keep whatever you can, yeah.
The HVAC unit is intact.
And this HVAC system, I mean,
that's not the case. Those HVAC units.
Wow.
I don't know why the audio cut out. Let me try it again.
I can't respond in text. Wow. Look at the idiots do that.
Yeah, for some reason the audio. Oh, maybe
I can't respond in text.
Maybe that
wow. Look at that.
Why the electrician said.
So for the idiots that be talking about turning the electrical on, Doc, whatever.
Okay.
I can't respond in text. Wow. Look at that.
Why the electrician said.
So for the idiots that be talking about turning the electrical on, Doc, whatever. That's why. You know, they don't know what they're talking about. I can't stand when people do that.
Yeah, it didn't age well.
You see this? Man, so they just ripped it out. Wow.
Oh, y'all, okay. You see that? It was coming into the roof.
Look at that.
By any means necessary.
Are
you going to keep all the furniture?
Yeah. Keep whatever you can, yeah.
That's money.
And this HVAC system, I mean, is this...
That's when the HVAC is largely in place from what they told you on the wall.
That's a good thing.
He said the HVAC is largely in place from what they told me on the walkthrough, but that's not the case. All of those HVACs are gutted, including the one that's on that roof. So he was lying right there. But again, this video is from 2019. This may be before he actually went up there to go look. But the point is, he should have looked when in 2017. He should have did a full inspection before he purchased these trap banners in 2019. But he didn't do that clearly. All right. Thank you guys again for tuning on in. We're trying to do a 2-hour show, but hey, it is what it is. Okay. We'll be back tomorrow with another live stream. We're going to be getting into Umar Johnson's most recent interview, where he's being interviewed by Father David, and he changes the grand opening date to 2017. I have that all edited down, excluding commercials, and then he had other people on there talking. I took them out too. So we'll get into that tomorrow. Let me do these last super chats right quick, and then we'll be up out of here. Let me see. I'm way behind too. Let's see. I'm not going to read that. He's 225. All right. CJ says, got to give the podcasters credit for interviewing Umar. I wouldn't go near him without a hazmat suit. Okay. Thank you, CJ. Kashia, I'm gonna do these quick, y'all. Kashia says, did the guy who was moving the grass by hand come highly recommended? Okay, there you go. Yeah, Umar, he mainly used, people that he can get, either have them do it for free, not professionals, or people he can get deals from, and they may not even be professionals either, but he would have them come in and do work as opposed to actually paying someone who's professional, because you're going to have to pay more for someone who really knows what they're doing. And that's one of the reasons why here we are in 2026. Renovations are not complete. But then what he does is he, in 2026, he starts to blame all of these black people who did all of this work and try to blame it on them, when he's the common denominator. He said they all scammed him. So he's the common denominator. Thank you so much, Kishia. Lenon skipping my SCs in that's just all right. This is from when we were showing the toilet. I'm not going to read all of that. Imagine a Street Fighter level set in FDMG bandos. That would work for sure. Street Fighter would definitely work inside these trap bandos. Thank you, YouTube5. Yeah, Umar said the toilets is not an issue. It's crazy. Thank you, Miss Vertica. Let's see. Simply Complicated says, now I see what the contractors did. They gave him a legit price to get the buildings up to code. Umar wanted a hookup, then threw some contractors under the bus. That's possible too. I think that initially Umar tried to get stuff done on a hookup, but then at a certain point, he has to have permits pulled, because he's not going to pass inspections if there aren't proper permits that are pulled, and those permits need to be closed out too. I'm quite sure. I haven't looked into this in years, but I'm quite sure there's probably permits that I know this for sure, that there were permits that were not pulled and work was done where permits should have been pulled for that work. But then also, I'm fairly certain, because I haven't looked at the website in years, that there's open permits. And if there's open permits, someone had sent me information about that it's not going to pass inspection. Everything has to be closed out. So what I think Simply Complicated is, initially, Umar, he was using Pookie and Ray Rays to do work, try to get hookup and stuff. But then he had to try to make it seem as if it's professional. So he would have professionals come through. And then ultimately, he has these white guys come through. That's in the Maria videos. and they do some work, but this is years later. And then he says that they came in and knocked it all out, and black people couldn't get anything done. Then he throws black people under the bus, and then he praises the white people. Anyway, yeah, he's something else. He really is. Thank you, Simply Complicated. Did Umar buy these without pre-inspection? My best guess, based upon what he even says in these videos that we just played, is no, because if he did, he would have known about the HVAC units that were gutted. Even on that video I showed you with the hole in the roof, he says that I was told when in the walkthrough, well, the walkthrough was in 2017. And let's say, because he walked through in 2017, but let's say the walkthrough was in 2018 or 2019, because that's when he purchased them, but he may have walked through prior to that. Okay, he did in 2017, but let's say it was in 2019. Well, he should have known about these gutted HVAC units, which based upon what he said in these videos, he doesn't know about that. So this is to say that if there was a pre-inspection, we can say that the pre-inspection did not include the roof, but why would you do a pre-inspection without looking at the roof or looking at the HVAC units? So my best guess is no, Umar didn't do that. It was a total waste of people's money. Thank you, Jam. Kedar says the men on the ladder were highly referred. Yeah, that's the question that I was raising. No, those are people that Umar, they showed up in house shoes and other guys in some N1s, and they're not dressed for the part or any of that stuff. So no, that's not professional. Can't be highly referred, not from some professionals. But Umar wasn't dealing like that. He's trying to get the hookup. Bang bang. All right, old James. bang bang Tuesday. All right. Yeah, I was surprised Umar said that. That's crazy. Thank you all for the super chats. CJ also says primary caretaker of a bedbound woman, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. It's a big mess all the way across the board. It really is. And stuff is not going to get better in his life until he holds himself accountable and figure out what he needs to do to get back on track. Yeah, but all the way across the board, there's so many different elements to this Umar Johnson saga. It's not just what he's doing with these trap bandos and the school scam. It's also in his personal life too. But he doesn't realize it. I don't think he realizes it. I don't even think he cares at this point. It's just get money out of people and then extend this for indefinitely. Thanks, CJ. Ike says, according to this story, you need to believe they stole the money and came back to the job and did no work. Yeah, no, you don't find that suspicious? Yeah. The story doesn't make any sense. And if in fact they stole the money, then file a police report and then take them to court and get the money and then put them on blast too. Umar hasn't mentioned any of these individuals. See, he's gone after his critics and mentioned their names and did all this stuff and just been crazy about that over the years. But he's not going to mention these people who allegedly scammed him. What about the banking institution that allegedly froze his accounts and did it without giving him calls? But then the other time he said that they gave him a reason, but this time they didn't. Okay, well, what's the banking institution then? Shouldn't we know that? And why is the bank sitting in a quote unquote white bank? Because he said he took the money out after all of this and put it into a black bank. Well, why don't you do that from the beginning? The city of Wilmington. Well, who exactly is sabotaging you from the city of Wilmington? He doesn't say that. He doesn't give a specific name and title to who that person is or people are. Generally, he gives it's a generalization, but the reason why is because he knows that if he says that and he's lying, clearly he's lying, and he puts these people's names out there, well, they can sue him for that. Anyway, thank you. I'm not reading that right there. Crazy. Brandon says this man just heard this man's murderous ideations and is saying that this unhinged individual should be around kids. Yeah, if someone is saying that they wanted to take their Glock or take their gun and do something like that, why would anyone want their children around that person? Why would anyone want to send money to this person so that potentially he can be around children? Mind you, this is the same person that said that he wants to cuddle with the boys by the fireside, amongst other things that are inappropriate that he's stated over the years. But that right there, I don't get it. I don't get it. There's no way. Well, thank you, Brandon. Yeah, shout out to Kick Your Spot, babies. I got about 4 more. Hey, can you play the Snow Bunny song, please? No, I can't play that. We had to retire that, and there's some other stuff we had to retire. We'll be coming up with some more stuff. Okay, you guys just bear with me and give me some time. Okay, thanks, Miss Tenica, for the super chat, and Derek as well. Yeah. We have 5. We have 5 Stevie Wonder babies. I mentioned that earlier. Okay. I'm not going to read that one right there. You tripping. Brenda says, I absolutely love this chat, Lenon. You never fail at making me laugh so hard my stomach hurts. Yeah, but it's the Cookie Crush chat makes me laugh and my stomach hurts too. I just go along with it. When we initially started doing these shows, it was real boring and it wasn't all fun and stuff. But Cookie Crush chat's taking it over, and it's a wonderful community, and we're very supportive of each other, and it's a lot of positivity too. That's very, very important. And I'll propose that that's one of the reasons why we get the type of views that we get, and people have a good time. Yeah, it's about Umar, but it's actually not as much about Umar as it used to be. It's about us getting together and enjoying each other's company here in the Cookie Crush chat. So shout out to the Cookie Crush chat, and thank you guys so much, because you guys are awesome. Okay? And thanks, Brenda, for the super chat. I appreciate it. CJ says, I'm convinced some days that Umar is an AI generated character meant to rage bait us. Yeah, I couldn't watch these unless I was with y'all, because we have to have some humor in this, because there's no way, because there's things that he says, things that he does, it could be frustrating, and it could be he's just overwhelmingly, he's a negative person, but we can find humor in that and get through the stuff, and I really enjoy our time together. But yeah, the rage baiting thing, there's been times I said, I think he's doing that on purpose, just to make me upset. Okay, thanks, CJ. Mr. I don't give a shizzle says Umar dressed like a Cuban cat. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you for the super chat. Legal Lish says, any Cookie Crush chat babies yet? I don't know. There might be by now. I don't know though. It's possible. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you everyone for tuning on in. I hope you enjoyed the show. And again, we'll be back tomorrow with another live stream. I want to thank the mod for handling business. Also, thanks to everyone who voted on the polls and who hit that like button. It makes a huge difference. If you haven't hit that like button, go on and hit it. We're at 698. So can we get 2 more before we get up out of here, so we get up to 700? I would really appreciate that. And also thanks again to everyone who sent in support with the super chats, super stickers, or anything else. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate the support. I don't take it for granted. And the Lord give it and the Lord take it. Stay humble and have the spirit of appreciation. I appreciate you guys 100%. Okay. All right. Thank you guys again for tuning on in. And as we always do. All right. We got up to 700 likes too. 712. I didn't even think we were going to get to 500. We got to 712. Thank you guys so much for all the support. We'll be back tomorrow with another live stream. Love y'all.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming.
Oh, congratulations! You got a quick chat, baby. All right. That's awesome.
It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Oh, it's coming.
Yeah. You guys are awesome songs.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
All right. So, yeah, John Coltrane is my favorite jazz musician back in the day. All right. Yeah. So it looks like someone has a Cookie Crush chat, baby. All right. Congratulations to you on that. Okay, everyone. Thank you again for tuning on in. Please enjoy the rest of the evening. We'll be back tomorrow with another live stream. And love y'all. Okay. Y'all take care. Peace.